regular City Council meeting for September 20th, 2022. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez not yet present, but I will confirm. Councilmember Friedman?
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Present.
Councilmember Jordan?
Here.
Mayor Rouse?
Here.
And
And for the record, I believe Alejandro Gutierrez is going to be remote today.
yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And we had previous to this meeting, we had a closed session, and we have something to report out. Madam Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to make the report out from the closed session that the council, by unanimous vote, authorized the city attorney to initiate a litigation and retain outside counsel. Once the action's been commenced, the details of the action will be disclosed to any party upon inquiry.
All right, thank you very much.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor and Madam City Attorney, were all members of council present for that vote, or was anyone absent? All members were present?
Yes, all members
All members were present,
Very
that's
good,
correct.
thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to go to public comment, and this is comment that is for anything not on the agenda, but within the purview of this body.
I got it. Yeah.
Are we there? Okay. Today, because we have a substantially large agenda, I'm going to limit the public comment to 2 minutes per. There's a counter on the dais, and you come up. So if you'd pay attention to the 2 minutes per item. And we'll start out with Gabriel Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Gabriel Sarmiento, and I'm here to represent the citizens of Santa Barbara, especially the innkeepers, the shopkeepers, the business owners. I've been here for 8.5 years, and I see the city descending into complete squalor. And I believe we need some urgent action on basic cleanliness, basic maintenance, street sweeping, tree trimming. I just parked the car outside of the city hall, and there's numerous dead branches on the palm trees, and nobody's bothered to trim the trees. I walk around downtown, and I can't walk down the sidewalk because the branches haven't been trimmed in several years. We need somebody to micromanage the appearance of the city. We're welcoming people from all over the world. We're supposed to be this
It's not
world-class
funny.
beach town, and we're selling hotel rooms for $350 a night, and the city looks horrific. We welcome them at the train station. It's filthy. There's garbage everywhere. The marina needs help. The banners haven't been replaced in, 10 years. The streets downtown are so sticky, you can feel it when you're walking around. Please, no more tolerance for non-business, non-patron type of behavior in the business alcoves. That is not the place to put those people. The restaurateurs need to sell food and beverages, and when you have to stumble over several people or you can't even get into the establishment because people have set up encampments, it really does affect your decision for going downtown and spending a lot of money for entertainment or dining and such. So please discontinue the tolerance of that kind of behavior. We've all watched all the cities, Seattle, Portland, and many other places. Once you begin to tolerate that kind of behavior, it mushrooms, it explodes, and it
You need to wrap up,
invites.
please.
Okay. So please, we need some action. No more studying the problem. We need some firm action. And please try to seek out people that can actually execute the action once the council makes the decision.
thank you.
Please.
Thank you. 1 minute, please, for Mrs. Bjork. If you had a,
Mayor Rouse, we seem to be having technical troubles, and I wonder if we could take a brief recess while we figure that out.
okay. So we'll return to public comment in just a few minutes. Like,
Apparently, people watching can't hear the sound.
I think it's Ari DeJong. Did I have that wrong? Ari DeJong? Okay, I'll come back to that. Marshall Wofford? And we're doing 2 minutes today, please.
Yes, sir. Just want to address everybody. It's nice to see you again. It's been quite some time. I've had some health issues. I was up at 320 Oceano. I live in apartment 1, and anyway, a realtor company bought the property, and I was asked to leave. And it was, taken care of course. But what I'm getting at, I've got a few other things going on that I need to get addressed, and I don't know how to go about it because these people out here, I'm having a hard time getting things done. Gardens on Hope, and I have no complaints. They're usually there to help me. It's just once in a while, it's hard, but I'm getting things done. So that problems that I have right now with my body, I just got to deal with. And I wanted to say hi to everybody. And are you still taking care of the beach area? Is that your? Well, I was wanting to ask you one time about this. There's a cave down there with a lot of graffiti, and maybe one day we can get to cleaning that up. But otherwise, it's good to see you all, and I thank you for letting me talk, and have a blessed day.
All right, thanks very much. Next speaker will be Scott Wenz.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Scott Wenz representing Kaiser Basic. A couple of renditions back of the council meetings, you passed the West Side Public Works project. And we objected that because the Public Works the Public Works agenda item was improperly noticed. It had the, I'm sorry, I'm getting an echo.
Yeah, sorry, well, I'll hold your time here.
I have a baseball bat.
Mr. Wenz, you broke the system.
That's the best offer I've had all day.
Okay, please continue.
Okay, what I did, It's back.
Okay, just give us a couple minutes, please. Sorry about this. Mr. Wenz, I'll let you start over again with your 2 minutes.
Oh, for the days of HTML. Do I get a snack?
Mission Control, this is council.
This is a test.
Sounds like,
That's what we're trying to do. Yeah, can you?
isn't what you do, Oscar?
Yeah.
But am I still,
It's there again. So we're still getting that echo. Okay, we're taking 10. He's coming up.
Members of the council, Scott Wens representing Kaiser Basic. Previously, the council voted on the West Side Public Works project. And we gave you a letter saying that it had been misagendized and you needed to pull it until it was properly agendized. The agenda included the lower east side in the first district. And nobody was notified of this. And we said, you can't do this. And you went ahead and did it anyway. And I pointed to the city attorney. I said, I gave you a letter of this. We don't think you should be doing this. You went ahead and did it anyway. So you have an item that we believe is not proper under procedure. Number two, within that, you had included a number of bicycle programs. This was a gotcha, because the city of Santa Barbara in 2016, and you were on the council at the time, approved the bicycle master plan as an advisory document. As an advisory document, it did not have to have an EIR, but the council at that time stated specifically that if it was going to be a project under CEQA, and as an attorney, you understand what I'm talking about, that this will have to have an EIR. The city has approved a number of projects that are under that bicycle master plan and kept including them. Now you have made part of your public works documentation, you have now created a project. That project demands under CEQA an EIR. And if you don't do that, you're opening yourself for a huge liability. And I strongly suggest that the city attorney and the city public works director sit down and talk about this, because 2016, you voted, you said, we have to have an EIR if it's a project, and now your bicycle plan in the city is a project. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I want to speak to you about unfunded mandates, which probably doesn't seem like it addresses anything that you may do, but I think that it probably is on every agenda meeting, every meeting agenda, and maybe on this one as well. I ask the council to be mindful when approving programs that require enforcement by staff. And I'm thinking of 3 examples. The leaf blower ordinance that we've had for more than 20 years, signage ordinances in El Pueblo Viejo, where we have now neon signs and moving signs and signs with lettering that's larger than allowed by ordinance. Hedge heights in residences, which are supposed to be 8 feet and are often very much higher than that. Maybe even parklet guidelines, I don't know. But all of the ordinances involving these issues are great to have on the books, but they require enforcement at some level to be maintained by staff. When the staffing horsepower is stretched by so many projects that they must recommend to you outside consultants, then they likely are already not addressing long-standing, low-level enforcement issues. That breaks the public confidence in city management when simple livability issues like loud leaf blowers and tawdry signage in our historic landmarks district, exclusionary and secret tall hedges, maybe even pedestrian safety in the promenade, have no reasonable remedies. It's just something that I think you ought to be concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Holliday.
Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council, my name is Michael Holliday. I'm a fellow in the American Institute of Architects here, Santa Barbara chapter, and we'd like to thank the council for the designation of September 26th to October 2nd, 2022 as Architecture Appreciation Week in the city of Santa Barbara. So Randy's going to come and read this nice certificate to our AIA on the event. Santa Barbara has long been recognized as one of the most beautiful cities in the country. And fortunately, a big part of this recognition is the architecture of this community, highlighted by our own Santa Barbara County Courthouse and City Hall. AIA would like to invite any of the city council members that would like to attend Architect Tours as our personal guest, no cost, and to be held Saturday, October 1st from 10 to 4 p.m. here in Santa Barbara. You can go to one project, you can go to all of them, but we'd love to have you come be involved to highlight noteworthy architecture, award-winning design, sustainable projects designed by local architects. And the theme for this year's tour is Celebrate Santa Barbara. So on behalf of the AIA and the professional design community, we'd like to invite you to attend, and thank you for this resolution. Also, as part of this, we have an upcoming lecture, October 21st at Santa Barbara City College, which is Brooks plus Scarpa. They're the national AIA award-winning gold medal winners, and they're coming to talk about housing in the city. So we'd love to have the city of Santa Barbara support us, work with us. They're doing this at no charge, and we're just covering our expenses. So if City Council has any funding, we'd love to have you be part of this and a co-sponsor to learn about housing in the downtown core. So that's on October 21st. So if you can be a part of that, I already talked to Tess Harris about it. She said, bring it up to City Council. And so that's what I'm doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ari DeJong?
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Ari DeJong, and I serve as Vice President for Cottage Rehabilitation Hospital and Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital. And I'm here to thank you for recognizing National Rehabilitation Awareness Week, the 19th through the 25th of this month. And just wanted to give a brief comment about CRH Rehabilitation Hospital. So it's the premier rehabilitation hospital between the Bay Area and LA. And it's certified in a lot of different types of treatment. But imagine if you're in a scenario where your life takes a right turn with a stroke, spinal cord injury, some kind of traumatic brain injury, any kind of health condition that might create the need for you to get advanced therapy and stay at a rehabilitation facility like CRH. They surround you with specialists, whether it be physicians who specialize in physical medicine, speech therapists, occupational therapists, physical therapists, neuropsychologists. There's lots of different people that surround every patient and bring them back to their best potential. So you may know someone who's been at CRH, you may yourself have been at CRH, but it's there for this community and such a wonderful service. We're so grateful for the support of this group and this city and this community. And just want to appreciate you for recognizing it as part of the NRA, and we're so grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, you have a comment?
I just had a question for you. You're part of the new project out at Hollister and Patterson. Could you talk a little bit about that timeline?
Yes, sure. So over the next 3 years, we're bringing together Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital and Cottage Rehabilitation Hospital into one hospital. And it really allows patients to get services that are at the larger hospital than what we have today. Right now, we're in our own building. This would be all private rooms, nice wide corridors, nice open spaces. And since we serve the community from the Bay Area down to Los Angeles, it's really how do we create the best spaces. So we're going to have 30 all private rooms there, and it'll be open in 2025. So we're building the hospital inside the hospital, so you can imagine it takes a little bit of time to do that. But we're excited about it. It's going to offer a lot of great services for our community, our ability to advance our equipment, our services, access to lots of different things like surgery and emergency medicine and wound care, other things that are available out there. So couldn't be more excited about that. It's a long-term thing, but yeah, we're looking ahead to that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And do we have anyone online for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, one moment. We have Nick Kuntz. Nick Kuntz, please go ahead.
In 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. As you may know, I've served the city as a member of the Access Advisory Committee for a little over 5 years now. For the past 2 years, I've been bringing your attention to the city's failure to meet its accessibility requirements with respect to its outdoor dining program. On June 28th, a supermajority of the council expressed deep concerns for these civil rights violations and gave clear direction to staff that something be done immediately. You asked the AAC to allow 2 weeks for the city administrator to develop a plan for funding and ADA enforcement of the outdoor dining program. Now, nearly 3 months later, no such plan has been presented, and enforcement efforts today remain unchanged. I feel that today's staff report may be misleading to council. When staff refers to ADA enforcement efforts in today's report, understand that their efforts remain limited to the State Street Promenade. Meanwhile, staff has reported to the AAC that they estimate there are at least 70 of 120 possible locations citywide, or 58%, that have not even been looked at for accessibility. Staff also reported to the AAC that fines, when issued, are not sufficient to deter scofflaws, and funding remains their biggest impediment to enforcement. Staff has no trouble budgeting for nice-to-haves like Christmas lights on State Street, but cannot find it within their budget to enforce federal civil rights requirements. Staff is proposing fee structures related to licensing for only the 400 and 1,300 blocks of State Street. I feel that that should be applied citywide, not only to ensure accessibility citywide, but also out of fairness of process for all related businesses. Today's staff report also includes proposed design requirements that ignore numerous ADA considerations that the AAC has advocated for over the past 2 years. When you asked for the sidewalks to be cleared, compliance was achieved quickly. When you asked for the fire lane on State Street to be cleared, compliance was achieved quickly. I have no doubt that the related Coast Village Road parking crisis will also be resolved quickly. I'd like to know how much longer you're going to tolerate the lack of accessibility in the city's outdoor dining
Need to
process.
wrap up, please, Mr. Coons.
That was it.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, are there further speakers online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. And with that, we'll go to the consent calendar. You have some items to read.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 2, Waterfront Department Lease Agreement with the Regents of the University of California for dock space in the harbor, ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the waterfront director to execute a 5-year lease agreement with one 5-year option with the Regents of the University of California for a 5,563 square feet of water area located at 139 Cabrillo Boulevard, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 3, 12-year extension of cogeneration agreement, ordinance introduction agreement. Recommendation the council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving an amended and restated power purchase and license agreement for the cogeneration plant at the El Acero Water Resource Center between the city and California Power Partners. Item 4, loan to Housing Authority for $940,000 for acquisition of property located at 602 and 619 Kentia Avenue to preserve affordable housing units. Ordinance introduction resolution. Recommendation of the council, A, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a loan agreement to the Housing Authority of the city of Santa Barbara in the amount of $940,000 to be secured by a deed of trust for the acquisition of property located at 602 and 619 Kentia Avenue and the affordability control covenant imposed on real property, and authorize the community development director to execute such agreements and the related documents as necessary. And B, adopted by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to approve an increase in fiscal year 2023 expenditure appropriations in the City Affordable Housing Fund in the amount of $940,000 from available reserve funds to fund the requested property acquisition loan. Item 5, a resolution approving a citywide publicly available pay schedule in accordance with the California Code of Regulations, Title II, Section 570.5, resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a citywide publicly available pay schedule in accordance with California Code of Regulations, Title II, Section 570.5. Item 6, authorization to use donations from the Santa Barbara Police Foundation for police department e-bikes and SWAT team equipment and training, resolution. Recommendation that council, A, accept 2 donations from the Santa Barbara Police Foundation with a value of $43,877 to purchase agreement for the Special Weapons and Tactics SWAT team and purchase electric bicycles for the Street Crimes Unit, SCU, and adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 22059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to accept a gift of $43,877 from the Santa Barbara Police Foundation for the exclusive use and benefit of the Santa Barbara Police Department. And item 7, approval of agreement with Southern California Edison for resource adequacy allocation on behalf of Santa Barbara Clean Energy. Resolution. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the city administrator to execute a master agreement and transaction confirmation with Southern California Edison for an allocation of resource adequacy attributes for Santa Barbara Clean Energy.
Very good. Are there any items that anybody from council need to pull off the agenda? Very good. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. In that case, I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
So moved by Friedman, second by Jordan. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
This is a motion for the entirety of the consent calendar. Motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Rose.
Aye. All right, very good. That concludes the consent calendar, and we'll move on to the Brian Bossy Show. Comes up with item 11. Would you read the item, please?
Certainly, it's State Street Interim Operations Update.
Mr. Bossy, if you would. By the way, before we get started, I had a request for a quick comment from the subcommittee as part of the staff report. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing that. There might be other members, 2 members too, that might want to say brief things. I just want to briefly offer a couple points. And one is thank you to staff. We started this process in a moment of discontent, and I will just tell you that I've not frequently in 13 or 14, well, more than that, so however many years, been part of an outreach process that involved decision makers and staff that went so well. And in particular, I just want to commend Brian Bossy and Sarah Clark, although I know there are other people in the room and other people behind the scenes that have contributed, but both of you stepped into a situation that was obviously high interest, high emotions, tons of moving parts, and at all points along that pathway, you were engaging, imaginative, and professional along that pathway. So I just personally, for myself, I want to thank you for that. You will see a slide in the presentation that talks about the history of our meetings, which is a little short of actual meetings. I went back on my calendar and actually looked. So between 5/31 and 9/1, just a day or two over 3 months, some combination of the ad hoc committee, the ad hoc plus staff, or the ad hoc plus staff plus members of the community met 18 times on my calendar. That is also added to by the 3 of us, I'm sure, having multiple meetings individually with people in town or groups in towns that weren't part of a structured on-the-calendar meeting. So there's been extensive outreach and discussion, again, that was accompanied all along that pathway by great participation with staff. And then just my message to ourselves is we're just queuing up recommendations. We put a ton of work into this, a ton of background, a ton of details, and this is in no means this is the direction we have to go. It's just a starting point for discussion, but the points you're going to see today, we were unanimously in support of bringing those to council as that. So thank you for a moment to offer those.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, and I'll echo the sentiments, particularly appreciation for staff who have been really from the start of the pandemic incredibly responsive and nimble and keeping us afloat. And just to remember that when the state shut down, our state street stayed open. And it was a little bit of cowboy Wild West. but it cobbled together and it worked. And because of that success, and really the work of the previous ad hoc committee to this ad hoc committee, who did extensive public outreach and reconfirmed that community support for a promenade. As Councilmember Jordan mentioned, we've had substantial meetings. Many of these have been heated. Some people are spitting mad, literally, about one recommendation or another. And what I want to convey is that these recommendations coming forward came with very careful consideration, working with the community, meeting with parade organizers, meeting with food and beverage members of the community, and also community members themselves. I think we've all observed that we see more people downtown of different ages, from different parts of town, from maybe non-traditional visitors of State Street, and really to commend staff for giving us guidelines of where we have to be within the lines, and also giving us latitude for what we could recommend. So again, these recommendations are a starting point, keeping in mind too that within the framework of this, and part of the reason for the recommendation to charge for the public use of space is specifically for the funding of maintaining the promenade, for accessibility, for enforcement of accessibility throughout the city, for cleanliness, and for safety during storms. So part of the impetus for collecting fees is to be able to keep a safe, clean, aesthetically pleasing promenade for all. And we may get into deep discussion and changes from these recommendations, but just to know that they were very carefully considered through multiple meetings over a couple years now with multiple stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to acknowledge, Mr. Gutierrez was also part of that subcommittee. And with that, we'll go to staff. Mr. Bossy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Bossy, and I am the Public Works Downtown Team Manager. And I'd like to start off, thank you for the comments. Appreciate that. It truly has been a team effort on staff's part, as well as the public's part, and not the very least, the subcommittee and council. I am joined today by Ms. Sarah Clark, our Downtown Plaza and Parking Manager. I should also say we have Fire Chief Chris Males here with us, as well as Commander Mary Linda Arroyo to answer some of your questions. We also have our Public Works Director, Cliff Maurer. We have Jason Harris, your Economic Development Manager, and we have Tess Harris, the State Street Master Planner, and we have Mr. Dan Henschke here from the City Attorney's Office. So with that, a little bit of an overview as far as our presentation today. We are going to update you on the activity of the State Street Interim Operations Ad Hoc Subcommittee. If you don't mind, I'm probably going to shrink that down to just subcommittee. That'll save us a lot of time in this process. Then we're going to get into the recommendations of the subcommittee, including design requirements, possible fee structure for private business using the public right-of-way, parades on State Street during interim operations, as well as portability of existing outdoor business facilities during interim operations. We'll then wrap it up with the last part of the presentation with an update on the deep cleaning of the promenade, as well as new decorative lighting and enforcement of ADA activity on the promenade. So as far as background, your Public Works Downtown team is responsible for managing the interim operations of State Street. And for clarification, I think it's important to define what we are going by as interim operations. We've been doing this about 2.5 years. If you recall, March 2020. We're 2.5 years in, and we anticipate at least another 2 years, possibly up to 5 years, depending on the rollout of the master plan taking about 18 months, but then after that, implementation of capital projects and programs, funding, and things like that. So I just want to put that out there. Your ad hoc subcommittee advises staff on issues related to the interim operations on State Street. And staff continue to implement the Economic Recovery, Extension, and Transition Ordinance, and all that it entails, as well as working with stakeholders and addressing issues of concern. So this is, again, just a partial listing of the many meetings of your ad hoc subcommittee. These were probably just the ones we were invited to, so we didn't include all the others, including numerous meetings with Downtown Santa Barbara's Property Owners Group, Downtown Santa Barbara's Food and Beverage Committee, as well as ADA stakeholders back in early July. So the first item we're going to discuss today that we need a decision on are some proposed design requirements. So after 2.5 years, I think you will agree, many of our expanded outdoor business facilities are showing signs of wear. Nobody knew we were going to be here this far in, but here we are. With the idea of improving the overall look and feel of the promenade during interim operations, your ad hoc subcommittee has been researching this in detail, numerous walkthroughs, and they're recommending transitioning a number of certain design guidelines into design requirements. If you recall, when this was all put forth, they were guidelines. We were asking people to do this. They were not required to follow these guidelines. So here we are looking at moving some of these guidelines into requirements with a proposed compliance date of December 1st, 2022. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Clark to talk more about the requirements, proposed requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Bossi. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. So I'm going to walk you through the ad hoc committee's recommended design requirements. Some of these requirements would only apply to new facilities, while some would apply to both new and existing. So let's go ahead and start by talking about what that means. So for purposes of these requirements, we've defined new as a facility that has not been constructed and is not currently operating as of today. So basically a facility that's not already up and running. New facilities would also include facilities that were built that were rebuilt after a business's on-street privileges were revoked for repeated violations of the guidelines. So for example, accessibility violations, things like that. It also includes cases where the facility is removed from the street and then the business changes hands and the new business constructs a new facility. So existing facilities are facilities that are already up and running today. So we're also including in this definition facilities that are operating today but are removed and then replaced by the same business by June 1st of next year. So for example, a business might decide that they want to rebuild their facility, or maybe they decide to remove it for winter. They can put it back as an existing facility as long as the business hasn't changed hands and as long as it's back up and running by June 1st. So I'm going to go through each component of the proposed design requirements, starting with platforms. The ad hoc committee recommends that both new and existing platforms be painted, stained, or colored a dark El Pueblo Viejo approved color. So blacks, dark charcoal grays, dark brown, like you see in the swatches up above here on the slide. And then you see an example below of kind of what that would look like. In addition, the platforms must be designed so that the area underneath the platform can be accessed for regular cleaning. So even if the facility doesn't need to be portable, they need to be designed so that the platforms could be lifted or moved and the area underneath it could be cleaned. This is to prevent a buildup of trash and organic material that can block drainage and can harbor vermin. Moving on to enclosures and barriers, so the sides of the facilities. The committee recommends that for new facilities, railings will be limited to a maximum of 48 inches high. In addition, solid wood walls or solid walls would be prohibited. Enclosures have to be designed to provide visibility through the railings. Both new and existing enclosures must again be painted or stained a dark El Pueblo Viejo approved color. As we saw in the last slide, lattice and picket fences would be prohibited, as would turf grass, faux lawn, carpeting type materials on the surfaces. So here's some examples of what that would look like. On the left is an example of the type of design that would be required. So you see the dark colored railing with visibility through the slats. And then on the right are some examples of some of the prohibited materials. So you see picket fences, turf grass, that would all need to be removed from both existing enclosures and prohibited in new ones. So moving on to roofs and overhead elements. For new facilities, roofs would be prohibited, as would, for lack of a better term, curtains. So basically any enclosure above the 48-inch high barrier. So businesses could continue to use umbrellas to provide shade, but the goal here would be to create open outdoor facilities that maintain visibility to the architecture behind it, and not building new room-like structures in the street. New facilities can, however, have posts that extend up to 10 feet high that they could use to hang and string lighting. Existing facilities could keep their current roofs and curtains or enclosure type facilities. Furniture is pretty simple. For both new and existing facilities, plastic or vinyl type patio furniture would be prohibited, and white furniture would also be prohibited. The subcommittee is recommending some changes to lighting that would affect both new and existing facilities. First off, no neon lights, flashing lights, or spotlights would be allowed. We'd want all lighting to be, for the outdoor business facilities, to be powered by the city pedestals, which are located in most of the planters along State Street. Downtown parking can provide access to those. When you're plugged into those, the lights will automatically come on with the city street lights, so around dusk. We recommend prohibiting lighting from being strung across sidewalks. So we see this in a lot of places right now, and oftentimes it's too low to meet accessibility requirements or safety requirements. And we also see lights and power cables being run out of windows to facilitate that, which is not necessarily the safest situation. So lighting would need to be self-contained in the on-street facilities. And we'd also recommend prohibiting attaching lighting or cables to trees or stringing lights through the trees like you see here in the photo. Again, we see quite a lot of this right now, and in addition to, looking sort of shabby, it can also cause damage to the trees. The next topic is screens and projectors. The subcommittee recommends prohibiting screens from being mounted on the exterior of buildings and also prohibiting video projection onto the exterior of buildings. We'll move on to signs, banners, and flags. The subcommittee recommends prohibiting advertising, logos, and promotional materials in both new and existing facilities. So for example, promotional flags like you see here in the photo, Budweiser umbrellas, banners with happy hour specials, all of that would need to be removed. Next up would be stormwater clearance. The subcommittee recommends requiring changes to both new and existing facilities to better accommodate stormwater in the gutters. While a lot of the existing facilities do have a cutout, those cutouts are usually too small to accommodate the volume of water that does flow during a major storm event. And at this point, what you see here in this photo is pretty typical, which is that those cutouts are now full of debris and would really block the water flow if a storm event came along. So businesses would be required to provide continuous, unobstructed space at least as high as the curb and as wide as the gutter apron under or through their facility. So this means that if you laid down on the street and you look through the cutout, you'd be able to see clearly to the other side of the facility with no obstructions. Additionally, the facility would need to be designed so that the entire length of this space is accessible for cleaning so that it can be kept clear of debris as we go through the year. So if these design requirements are approved, the committee recommends that they be implemented by December 1st, 2022. The subcommittee also recommends including some performance standards to be sure that the facilities are being used and kept up. We've observed that facilities that aren't used regularly quickly become very dirty. They attract vandalism and other nuisance behavior. So we're proposing a requirement that facilities must be used at least 3 days a week, and that facilities that go unused for more than 2 weeks be considered abandoned and removed from the right-of-way. We'd also recommend that that businesses that are closed permanently be required to immediately remove their facilities from the public right-of-way. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Mr. Bossy to move on to the proposed fee structure.
Okay, the next item, number 2 on the decision tree, would be guidance on a proposed fee structure for commercial activity in the public right-of-way. We are proposing this be done on a per square foot basis. Our current costs of maintenance and operation on the promenade is estimated to be about $600,000 for fiscal year 2023. For this particular year, that is being paid for by a one-time ARPA funds that council directed be used for deep cleaning to the tune of about $350,000. The remainder of that would be made up, and that's over a 3-year span, so about $115,000 a year. And the remainder of that, to get to $600,000, is currently being funded by downtown parking. The revenue generated by this proposed fee would cover the entire cost of the promenade maintenance and operations. So we're kind of backing into that number. So here's how we got there. We have approximately 12,000 square feet of frontage space currently being used for commercial activity in public right-of-way. And by frontage space, I mean that space immediately in front of your business. So if your business is 20 feet wide, that's your space, however far out you're allowed to go. We also have approximately 4,000 square feet of space being used beyond that frontage. So these are folks who have moved out either up or down the street adjacent to their frontage. We have approximately 44 businesses currently in this program. Approximately half of those have gone beyond their frontage space. Most of those are within just a doubling. There are some who have gone above that and tripled and beyond. So being that fee would be charged, we do anticipate a level of reduction, both in possibly participation. Some businesses might not find it economical, or they're not getting enough use out of their expanded outdoor business areas, so they just pull up and out of the program, or they may reduce the size of their outdoor area. So we're estimating about 25% fall off. So we end up with 9,000 square feet of frontage and about 3,000 square feet of the additional space beyond that frontage. The proposed frontage rate is $5 per square foot. That generates an estimated $540,000 per year based on the figures that we are using. This is also, the subcommittee is proposing a graduated fee structure. So that would be your frontage rate. If you go beyond that from 100% to 200%, so effectively doubling your space, you would then pay $7.50 per square foot. From 200% up to 300%, you would be paying $10 per square foot. So based on that, again, most of these falling into that 100 to 200% for additional space. We are looking at charging a fee of $7.50, which generates $270,000 per year. Combined with the $540,000 you saw on the previous slide, that's $810,000 estimated per year. So just to clarify how this would work, your frontage space is, I'm going to go in real simple math terms, mostly for myself. So your 100, let's say you have 100 square feet of expanded outdoor business area in front of your facility. That 100 square feet, you would be paying $5 per square foot. Let's say you double it and go up or down the street, and now you have 200 square feet. For that second chunk of 100 square feet, you would be paying the $7.50. So $7.50 for that, and then just for that only, then $5 for the frontage immediately in front of your building. So it's separated out. It's not combined. Each section has its own rate. If council does pursue a fee structure, staff will refine the elements of that and take it to the Finance Committee seeking approval. If approved, we would return to council with the appropriate fee resolution. I should also note that as part of this process, we would be developing an agreement for the use of the expanded outdoor facilities in the public right-of-way. We are proposing that development agreement be similar to and be modeled after the city's very successful outdoor dining license agreement program. We would require insurance requirements, approval of the adjacent business and property owner for those who go beyond their frontage. We would also include maintenance and cleanliness standards, as well as a site plan including how they're meeting their ADA requirements. Next decision point is regarding parades during interim operations. Again, we're talking the next 2, possibly 5 years looking out. And your ad hoc subcommittee recommends parades not return to State Street during the interim operation period. This is primarily based on public safety concerns that are centered around a lack of emergency access due to the current in-street outdoor business facilities, your expanded business facilities that people are using. Going somewhat hand in hand with that, portability. And this is for portability of existing outdoor business areas. Recall that back in June, on June 28th, Council did make the decision to require that all new expanded outdoor business facilities, as of June 28th, all new expanded outdoor business facilities be made portable. So this portability issue is just regarding your existing outdoor business areas. Those are out on the street today. Portability facilitates the hosting of parades. It helps with deep cleaning, and it also helps with appropriate stormwater drainage for large storm events. If there are no parades on State Street during the interim operations period, the need for portability is less of an imperative. Your ad hoc subcommittee, noting the previous slide and the issues with safety, recommends that portability not be required for existing expanded outdoor business areas. So that wraps up the 4 decision points or guidance points that we're looking for today from Council. The next few items are just updates for you. So as far as deep cleaning is concerned, Council designated approximately, I believe it was 300, well, no, I'm sorry. Council directed $350,000 be used for the quarterly deep street in-street cleaning over the next 3 years. And we had our first deep cleaning completed on August 15th, 16th, and 17th. If you were out there and saw it being done, it has made a tremendous difference. And our next scheduled cleaning is mid-November. That covered this cleaning on the 15th, 16th, and 17th covered the 300 through 1,200 blocks of State Street. An update on decorative lighting. Council designated $50,000 in American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds, as well as Measure C funds for decorative lighting along the State Street Promenade. We recently received bids to the tune of $66,000, a little bit below what we had anticipated, which is a good thing. These are proposed to be installed throughout the 400 through 1,300 blocks, including some of the 0-100 blocks off of State Street. And we anticipate installation by October 4th of 2022. And lastly, ADA enforcement on State Street. We continue to pursue enforcement activities on State Street, even though, as was mentioned in the public comment, we do have limited staff, but we are making our way through the enforcement actions. As just before August 24th, prior to our most recent enforcement activity, we had 22 of the approximately 44 businesses in violation of ADA in some way, shape, or form. We went out and we hired a Certified Access Specialist, or CASP, who's been working with staff on this issue. And the CASP, as well as staff, conducted that review on the 24th. And we found that 11 of those 22 had now moved into compliance, which is a good thing. However, 11 still remain out of compliance with ADA standards. We are going to continue to work with those businesses to get them in compliance. My understanding from that review was that most of the issues were relatively minor in nature. So we're going to continue to work with these folks. We want compliance. We want everybody to be able to access these outdoor facilities. And regarding parklets, we are working with the same Certified Access Specialist, and we anticipate enforcement activity on the approximately 70 parklets citywide to start to take place by the end of this month. So that is a lot to digest. There's a lot going on with the subcommittee as well as council and staff, and so we'd like to review some of the proposed council actions for you today, and I'll keep it on this slide, and we can go about it however council sees fit. First is a council decision on the proposed design requirements presented to you today and recommended by the subcommittee. Next is council direction on a fee structure. Then we would request a council decision regarding parades on State Street, again during interim operations. And lastly, a council decision on whether in-street outdoor business facilities shall be required to be portable. And with that, we are available for questions and discussion.
All right, very good. We'll go to council for questions. Start out by saying, let's direct council's questions to staff only and not to the subcommittee. We can get into that discussion later on. And please bear in mind that there's a lot of folks here that want to be heard about this issue, so please remain as brief as you know how. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will try to be succinct, though I have a lot of questions. Thank you. Very briefly, thank you. I second all the comments of appreciation and appreciation to the ad hoc as well for 18 meetings. Wow. So I'm going to jump in, and apologies that my questions may jump around a little bit. I just wrote them down as they came to me, so thank you. First, on the issue of portability, I'm trying to understand what is the purpose behind requiring new parklets to be portable if we're not requiring existing parklets to be portable. And related to that, if we make the decision not to have parades on the street during the interim period, why are we asking for portability at all from anyone? What's really the purpose behind that? And if existing parklets can remain as they are, doesn't that negate any benefit we might get out of requiring new parklets to be portable? Or maybe I'm just misunderstanding.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, thank you for the question. It's a good question. So portability, and the reason that portability was initially raised as an issue, obviously was to accommodate parades, which is going to be another decision point, but it was also to accommodate cleaning and stormwater management and enhanced stormwater management. So making it easier to remove the facilities if there was going to be a big storm coming through, and also making it easier for us to access the areas underneath those facilities for that deep cleaning. So as you probably noticed, we do have some design requirements that we're incorporating that would require the existing platforms to be made accessible for cleaning underneath. That would be cleaning done by the business owner. But portable facilities really are kind of more ideal in that we as a city are able to do that cleaning underneath. So when we get our pressure washer here who's using heated water that disinfects the area, we're able to actually get the area underneath. So, going forward, the idea would be to require new facilities to be portable in order to accommodate that enhanced cleaning that we'd like to have. But based on our stakeholder input, the subcommittee recommended that the existing facilities be allowed to maintain non-portable facilities so long as they made other provisions for their own cleaning. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, very much. Thank you. And did staff for the ad hoc committee address the questions around where to store these portable parklets? I know that's been an issue.
Sure, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Harmon. Yes, that's something that came up pretty frequently, and we did make some recommendations, some options depending on how intensive the setup would be. Generally, when we'd be asking for the facilities to be removed from the street, it's overnight when the businesses are closed. So when we did the deep cleaning, for example, and the pressure washers were coming through, they started about 1 o'clock in the morning and they're done by about 9 or 10. So if it's not too much stuff, it can just be placed inside the existing restaurant or the existing business when you're not open and operating. For ones that are larger or, more kind of unwieldy, there'd be the option to rent a truck and to store it in a truck for that period of time. The city could work with them to provide a place to keep that truck or, another off-site storage option.
Thank you. And I will not make any comments, Mayor Rouse. Second question, when we say that interim operations means 2 to 5 years, do we mean that after the direction that we give today, businesses can rely on the fact that these parklets, as we decide today, will be allowed for 2 to 5 years and there's no going back and we're not going to say, because I know some of the concern is it's just this sense of impermanence. So when we say 2 to 5 years, is there any reliance built into that? I mean, I guess sort of by its nature, it's a broad range of time, but what does that really mean for businesses or we don't know? Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, that's another good question. It's something we wrangle with on a daily basis. We want to provide, and I think Council obviously wants to provide businesses with the most amount of assurance they can possibly have. That's why there's so much on your plate today. The idea being bring back as much of this in one fell swoop as possible and let the businesses get underway and do what they do best, which is their business. So for the next 2 years, again, that's that process as the master plan is coming to fruition. I would think at least that time frame, and then I'm not sure, I think we're all struggling with what happens after that and how long things take as far as what capital projects are approved, where the funding's coming from, design review, and all that process. But it would anticipate being in that time period. Of course,
You maybe
that
say
can
at least 2 years.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, I want to clarify, we're talking on the 2 to 5 years just about State Street. And I think that's an important distinction that we need to remember to make, because the economic recovery ordinance for the remainder of the city that's allowing parklets elsewhere will expire. So as people are hearing this and thinking about what they want to do at their businesses, they should realize that we're talking about the interim on State Street. The second piece is, as we keep saying, we put these in a hurry, and we are seeing that the businesses are making assumptions about how long they'll be there based on actions. We haven't had a really good rainfall yet. We also may have other externalities that affect our ability to allow these things to remain in the manner they are, such as the ABC rules that currently allow alcohol to be carried across the sidewalk will expire, I think, in 2007 or 8. So there are some things that will be beyond our control that might affect this. I think that, and also just the experience as we continue to learn, our top priority will remain safety. So if we start to see safety events come out that are a problem, then I think we would have to make modifications again. So all of that's a very long way of saying we're trying to give certainty, but this is temporary.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that.
And through the mayor, Councilmember Harmer, I also want to stress what Rebecca said, that these are interim guidelines. And, we want to make it clear we're not creating any vested rights, that, we're working from a time frame, but these things are evolving and changing, as you have seen over time, as the requirements and the needs change. So, reliance is a word that, makes us nervous when we use them. We want to make it clear we're not creating any rights here.
No vested rights.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for that reminder. Okay, switching gears slightly here. On the design requirement piece, I'm interested in the feedback from you all on whether you think having this distinction between new and existing in terms of compliance with the requirements is going to make a meaningful difference in how these parklets look. And I guess maybe here's a different way of saying it. If we only require new parklets to comply with these requirements, and by the way, I think you all did an excellent job trying to find a middle ground, absolutely excellent. But I am just curious, do we see that in 6 months or a year, will State Street look exactly the same? I mean, did you guys consider whether it's not going to make a meaningful difference to only require new parklets to comply with these guidelines? Or do you think, conversely, that it will very quickly have a big impact?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, when we went through and accompanied the ad hoc subcommittee on these walkthroughs, they were taking that very much into consideration. What could be done rather quickly and, for the most part, easily? It's not, and I say that easily with a grain of salt, but what can be done quickly that will make a significant impact on the overall look and feel of State Street. So when we went through the various design ideas, what we want to move to design requirements, those are things that can be done relatively quickly. And consider right now you have approximately 44 of these expanded outdoor business areas on State Street. Most of those have been out there for quite some time, so these improvements are going to show up very quickly, and especially with the December 1st proposed deadline. We haven't seen a whole lot of new ones. There are certain ones that are coming in and out, but we're not going to see 44 new ones come in. So the overwhelming majority are going to be with the existing, which have a lot of these requirements that are going to make, we feel, a significant impact on the overall look and feel.
Okay, great. Thank you. You're answering multiple of my questions. That's great. Okay, can we move now to the rent framework that you laid out? So I understand that we backed into these numbers based on our cost, and that we anticipate, I think you said, a 25% attrition rate based on the rent figures. How did you reach that 25% number? Was that based on your conversations with businesses, or what's that attrition rate that we anticipate? Understanding, of course, we can't know, but how was that reached?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, that's exactly how we went about it. We weren't really sure. We took a number of iterations, whether it be 75% or 25% attrition rate, 50%, 66%. So we went through a number of iterations. We feel that most people using the expanded outdoor business facilities, the businesses, are benefiting from this and are going to want to stay in the program for a variety of reasons, whether it be COVID-related or just the fact that we have wonderful weather pretty much all year round, so outdoor dining is accessible. So, you know, it's a guess. It was our best guess, assessing what was out there, kind of looking around and seeing the different facilities and their current condition.
Okay. And I assume this can be discussed if the council moves this forward, maybe in more detail in Finance Committee, so feel free to decline to discuss what I'm about to suggest. But was there any consideration of potentially having maybe a different fee schedule for different blocks? And the reason I ask that is, you know, I can imagine a scenario where a $5 per square foot rent on a certain block that only has one parklet may be very difficult for that business to stay open, and then we get into a situation where there's nothing on a block and the other blocks are fine with paying. I mean, was there any thought about that, or is it just this is already too complicated and we need something that's across the board going to apply?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, one of the big things that we're trying to move forward with, whatever the issue be, is simplicity. When we start to break things down block by block or business by business, it gets a little convoluted, not only for us, but for the businesses. And they don't understand what guidelines or what they're supposed to be doing. So we really focused on simplicity. We did not go and assess a block by block, but we did try and balance the idea of a fee, but also with activity. We want people to be out there. We don't want to set a fee that's so high that everybody leaves. That's not the intention of this. The intention of this is merely to recoup the costs associated with cleaning and managing the promenade.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Just a very couple more. Will the ad hoc committee continue its work after today? The council ad hoc?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, I think that's a good question. I think that this takes us through the majority of the recommendations that were in flux, and gives direction on the remaining ones. So I don't know that you have a continued need for an ongoing interim operations ad hoc committee. However, as things come up in the future, you may need to reconstitute it, but I really can't answer that question until we see what the outcome of today's direction is. If you are very clear and we address these issues in one way, or decide just not to address these issues, then I think that the work may be done. But if there may be somewhere in between there too, so I'm not able to answer that at this time.
Okay, and thank you. The reason I asked that is because I think one of the things that I had hoped to see would be pilot projects, and I had envisioned or had hoped that this ad hoc committee would be sort of a laboratory for coming up with some of those pilot projects, and I'm thinking particularly in connection with resolving some of the really urgent questions related to bike pedestrian exchange. You know, I can think of 3 or 4 different potential pilot projects right off the bat, but you know, I don't necessarily want us to do that work up here. I think the ad hoc could be a great place for pilots on different blocks, so did you guys talk about that, and can we expect to see those kinds of pilots? And I know it's complicated, we've got the master planning process, but I guess my question maybe is, where is staff on pilots and creative, out-of-the-box things that we might want to try for 6 months or a year?
Mr. Chair, Councilmember Harmon, we are constantly talking about pilot projects and programs, whether it be a weekend, a week, a month, on a variety of different issues, whether it be bikes or just entertainment. We are working closely with Tess Harris on the State Street Master Plan and how these pilot projects could then inform the master plan development. Do you need the ad hoc subcommittee to do that? That's up to you. We could do it as staff and working with, the downtown Santa Barbara and the chamber and others who are also interested and are constantly coming up with good ideas for programming and pilot projects. And with that, I think Ms. Harris might want to say a few words along those lines.
Thank you, Mr. Bossi. Yes, Mayor and council members, so we are currently working with the MIG team to do a workshop with Public Works and Community Development staff, really anticipating that the master plan process will want to be piloting and testing different ideas over the next, really by later this year or early next year in order to help inform the overall conceptual design. So we're working as staff to really start that pilot program project process and really start to think through where we're going to go from there.
Thank you. And just two more very quick ones. On the bicycle pedestrian issues, that's obviously, we're not talking about that today, but are we going to be talking about that? And I guess I had thought that would come through the ad hoc. So is there some point at which, or maybe you all are talking about that and we're not?
Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, I personally am acutely aware of the bicycle, scooter, skateboard, mono-wheel issue in working with the pedestrians, and certainly my team is as well. We are working hard on it, as with anything on State Street. There's no one single solution, and there's no solution that doesn't have consequences or costs. So, and I understand that the temperature on this issue is rising quicker and quicker. So we are working and hope to come back through my boss to council with some actions. And some of those actions, we don't need to come back to you. We just need to do it. But we just need to make sure that what we do serves everyone best. But we are acutely aware of that and working hard to get solutions in place.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And last and final question, on the ADA compliance with the 11 that remain out of compliant, I really appreciate your efforts to ameliorate this problem. But at the point that we start charging rent, have we given any thought to not approving, I don't even know what the word is, but not accepting into the program those businesses that remain out of compliance? That would be my preference. It's been years now.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, we can surely do that. If you recall one of the slides about the program and putting together an agreement, part of that agreement would be a site plan noting ADA compliance and how they are complying with that. So we would require that from the get-go. My hope is that we don't even get to that part, and these remaining 11 are in compliance well in advance of that time. Hopefully the next time we head out, which is hopefully in a couple of weeks. The goal is to have everybody in compliance, and that hopefully won't be an issue, but it will be part of the agreement.
Awesome. Thank you all for your work. Much appreciated.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have hopefully a couple quick questions. If I could ask Commander Arroyo to come up. I'm just going to ask the softball question because the staff presentation still links this issue of portability in parades, and I want to specifically ask Commander Arroyo to comment on that issue regarding public safety. And I'll just fess up that we've had a bunch of meetings, and the last one we had, I think, was on the 1st of the month that involved only the ad hoc committee staff and the 2 department heads for public safety. So you'll get to phrase this as best you want this for the public to hear, but I just want to confirm for you and ask you to confirm that the return of parades to State Street from a public safety standpoint have nothing to do with whether there are outdoor business facilities there or not. If the street is empty, you have concerns, and I'd like you to confirm that and talk about it.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, you are correct. Your public safety team, both fire, police, and all others, are concerned anytime we have a parade and a gathering of a large group of individuals in an area that conglomerates multiple avenues of escape or not escape, vehicles, pedestrians, bicycles, and all those different things. State Street has a lot of higher rise locations as well as parking structures and things along those lines that we and public safety law are always concerned about. So yes, you are true. That is something that we always consider, and we always have considered. As far as the downtown operations and the parklets, we have extreme concerns with the parklets in the roadway and doing parades in such a way that parade participants would have to ebb and flow around those parklets, as well as pedestrians on the sidewalk and potentially in the street, because they would want to put their seats in the viewing apparatus in such a way as to go to the prolongated delineation line of those parklets, which would then further restrict the street, further restrict access, ingress, and otherwise for public safety. And the best way that we kind of came up with stating this is if you've gone on any whitewater rafting trips, there's different levels. And the more rocks and things that you put in the way, the more turbulent it becomes. And God forbid, in a situation where we have to get people out, there would be potential stampedes or impediments for people to get out, and it could cause a great deal of harm to all of our community members.
Ken, I hate to just keep bringing the box in tighter on you, but I just want to make sure that everybody here has the opportunity to hear the same thing I heard. So if you were to rank downtown streets in order of your preference for where events like this would take place, solely based on the ability to conduct a safe event, places like Cabrillo, Anacapa, Santa Barbara Street, Chapala Street would all be safer environments for you than State Street, regardless of whether or not there were parklets or outdoor business facilities on State Street. Is that clear?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, now you're going away from the softballs. No, in essence, anytime we have a wider street is always better. More visibility, always better. Not high ground in different areas, always better. Less private driveways, in all honesty, always better. But there's always an ebb and flow and a plus and minus in any location in this city. And history is important, but we're here to just let you know what the safest thing is to do. But we're here to serve whatever it is that the decision is made.
Fair enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I just have one more question, and that's for Mr. Henschke. And so I just would like to get your comments on the agreement we keep referring to. And you and I have had discussions on this, and my frustration on when in the past we've had issues with ADA compliance on a public sidewalk, and we've asked them to remedy that, and it hasn't been remedied, that our outlet then was to have to go to court and slog through that and pay money. And so is there a way, and is it reasonable to expect that we can put an agreement in force that basically gives the control of our public space back to us as stewards of the public, rather than to the business that is kind of put their footprint down there and stays there? So particularly that that a business would agree to fix it, or that we'd fix it and charge the business, and the business would agree to pay for that fix, so that we take the legal aspect out of it, because we have a working agreement that puts them in a position of either remedying, or we will remedy at their expense for them. Does that make sense?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Councilmember Jordan, yes, it makes sense, and yes, you can do it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of my questions have been answered, so I'll try to cross the ones off that I tried. And first, I want to thank the committee for the great work you've done in a lot of meetings. And I know some of you are on the other 752 ad hoc committees that we've created. So thanks for all your work, and to staff as well for all that you've done. And so I'll start with ADA, just a follow-up. And one thing I noticed, we were at the League of Cities, and this is an issue that's come up all over the country. So I just want to say that we are trying to deal with it. We're not being passive on it, and it's an issue that we saw in both the presentation and just observing down in Long Beach, the same types of issues. And so my follow-up question on ADA is, it was in the presentation, but what's a reasonable timeline for us to bring the rest of them into compliance? I know we're almost there, but what happens if they don't come into compliance, and then how do we address those that either are fighting us or are just not able to?
Sure. Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, thank you for the question. So for the businesses on State Street, as Mr. Bossi noted, we have 11 that remain out of compliance. Of those, I believe 4 are about to receive their second administrative citation. So the Economic Recovery Extension and Transition Ordinance has a provision that allows us to actually revoke their privileges to operate in the right-of-way if they're subject to 2 or more enforcement actions. So for those businesses, if they don't resolve those violations, they would be actually required to remove their facilities from the right-of-way. I think this will be a much more effective enforcement mechanism than the fines that we use, for example, on the sidewalks, where because those fines are fairly nominal, the benefit that the business gains from being in the right-of-way exceeds the value of the fine, so it really wasn't a big motivator to get them to comply, whereas the loss of that facility is. So I do expect that will be, over the course of the next, I believe the next round of inspections is due the week of October 10th. So I think that plus one more round of inspections should get us into compliance. And I would also note that most of the items that remain out of the compliance at this point are really a matter of inches. It's a matter of the table legs being 28 inches apart instead of 30 inches apart, or 1 inch too short, or the lip for the ramp being more than a 1/4 inch. So it's really what we're looking at now are very small things to bring these things into compliance.
And just to clarify, those are ADA standards. Those aren't city that we have to comply with. We're not it's not the city being overly restrictive. It's the law.
That's correct,
Federal
yes.
law. And then if in the case of they have the 2 citations and they're still not able to get there, and you referenced that we could have them removed, the parklets removed, how would that work? Would it be we come in and take it out, or would we require them to take it out?
So Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, we would request that they remove it and give them a deadline. If they don't comply, then the city would remove it and bill the business for the cost of that.
Thank you. On to stormwater, and just trying to understand with the portability issue, which I'll get to in a second. One of the other reasons for portability had to do from the presentation that we just heard is cleanliness and stormwater. It's safer is the best way to put it in terms of stormwater flows and cleanliness. And so if we have these slight modifications, how's enforcement going to take place so that we're confident that any modifications are allowing that debris that is now blocking the storm drains would be open up? Because right now we could say this, but we have to go out and enforce it. So are we going to have staff go out and look at it, and then what happens if it isn't clean?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, we would continue to have staff, as we have since the start of this process, go out and review. So let's say this takes place December 1st. We would go out as of December 1st and review all of the various expanded outdoor business areas, make sure they're in compliance with whatever this council chooses to turn into requirements today. So we would continue along that path. And if they are not in compliance, similar to what Mr. Henschke was saying, there are options for us to more quickly get at compliance.
And then for those businesses if we end up going there, that have advocated to keep their existing parklets so they're not portable, so they wouldn't be removed during a storm event. That would create more of an issue for us if there was a large storm event in terms of liability, I would think, than a parklet that's not there. So do we have the ability, one, is that correct? And then two, is there an ability to have those establishments have extra liability insurance in case an event happens?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, I elected to take this question because this really is a broader public works issue, and I've been assured by my staff that if we have a large storm event, obviously when we do, and fortunately here on the West Coast, they seldom come up as a surprise. We can see them coming, large precipitation events, and they are all hands on deck for the Streets Division of Public Works. We will assure that there's proper drainage down State Street. That's why the future parklet or outdoor dining facilities being portable will help enable that much easier. The non-portable ones, if they are potential or creating a problem during a precipitation event, we will easily move them out of the street to ensure that we don't have water that exceeds the curb line and then starts threatening businesses with water damage or other facilities with water damage. But of course, to do that, they will probably be damaged in the process. So it is to everyone's advantage to make the facilities as portable as possible, because that helps us do what we need to do to protect both public and private property.
Thank you for that answer. So if there was a storm like a 1998 El Nino type of storm or 1983, we could take action for the public safety on that issue. And then is there an ability to require additional liability insurance for those that wish to remain non-portable? Is that something we could add?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, that's a good question. I think I'd want to confer with our risk manager as well as the city attorney's office on how to.
Not
or
that,
if they
I
can
just
do
want
it.
to, like to have it looked at, because it is an extra liability. Those are an extra liability versus something that's portable. On to vermin and cleaning. Again, that was another experience that came up in the workshop that I think the mayor, Councilmember Jordan, and City Administrator Bjork attended on parklets, and it was throughout the country, is vermin and getting underneath. So how does it work? I'm still a little unclear of how you would get under some of these parklets to ensure that we're getting rid of the organic matter and that we're rodents and those types of things, because some of them, it seems difficult, but how often would it be? How do we, again, enforce it? Because we get to the issue where we have a lot of these rules and regulations, but it comes down to enforcement. And as we heard with ADA, we don't have enough staff to enforce because it takes time, and then we're adding more rules and regulations. So, and that is a huge public health and safety threat, especially when you're looking at rodents and those types of things. So how would it work on the parklets that are existing?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. So with the existing parklets, part of some of the proposed requirements today include maintenance standards and the ability to be able to get under your own facility and clean that. It's imperative, and I think every business wants to have a clean facility for the people. They don't want vermin hiding below. They don't want a smell of stagnant water underneath. So the ability for them to peel off a top layer to get after that would be on them. However, in and around the facility would be on the city as it currently is, and we would manage that accordingly.
So there wouldn't be a standard for the businesses. I could also see that help us understand what you're asking city for us to get underneath there, like how much of our area we need to cut out, how do we get under there? But we're saying it's on you to be sure that you're able to clean underneath your parklet, and there isn't going to be in the guidelines a direct, this is how you do it.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, you're correct. A lot of this is, as we've had these discussions with full council in the past on this subject, the creativity that's taken place out on State Street with these outdoor expanded outdoor business facilities is pretty overwhelming. So we would rely on their creativity. They know their structure best. They put it up. So they might have some better options as to how to get in there. To put a kind of one-size-fits-all, here's how you get down underneath your facility by pulling boards up, I think that's a little much. A little overreaching in a sense, and leave it to their creativity to do what's best for them.
Okay. Because there was some feedback that they would like more clarity, but I appreciate that answer because it allows each structure that's differently constructed to have a different plan. So on to portability. I think we've kind of, based on the former questions, but I did have a question on it is if we have new structures that are portable, and Councilmember Harmon kind of went through this, but there was, and it's so following up on her questions, if you have, so we're going to have this in place for the next 5 or so years. So during that time, you're going to have new businesses that come in and those that go away. So a new business would, under the proposal, have to be portable, and then during events, they would have to, you know, take it out. But would there be any competitive disadvantage to a new business? Because they have to comply with a different set of regulations, and if a storm is coming in and we're saying move it out, that they would have incurred costs that existing businesses don't, because based on the portability, where we'd be requiring to move things in and out, where we might not be for the permanent structures. And maybe that's not for you to answer, but I'm just, or if there's anybody from the public who could speak today to help me understand that, because I think we're creating 2 classes of parklets here by having it. So if anyone could shed any light on it, on a competitive advantage or disadvantage with that. If staff has any insight on it, feel free.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. So right now with the requirement of new facilities to be portable, so let's say a new facility comes along, it's portable, it's out on State Street. We are not requiring them to then move that facility. It's more to their benefit for cleaning purposes. They can pull the facility out, and when we do the quarterly deep cleaning, everything under there gets completely deep cleaned. The other option is they're going to be in a better position if there is some sort of catastrophic storm or some major storm event coming. They're going to be able to pull that facility off of the street, and they're not going to have to worry about liability or it being destroyed or the city in a bad situation having to come out and remove it for them.
So just to clarify, if we were doing the cleaning and they had a portable facility, we wouldn't require them to move it. We'd like them to, but we wouldn't require them to move it.
Sure, Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. I'll respond to this because we'll take the example from the deep cleaning that we just did. So what we did was we sent out a notice to all of the businesses. We asked that if they were portable, that they be removed from the street. Some of those were removed. Sometimes they, just sort of consolidated things and moved them to a smaller area so that we could get in the area around the curb. But we did not have a firm requirement where we had a penalty that was imposed for not doing it.
Okay, so they have the option to move them out. Okay, just a couple more questions. Going to move on to the fees. Just with the fee structure that's covering our costs, if we were to reduce it and our costs weren't covered, would that then, we still have those costs, they need to be covered, would that be backfilled by the general fund, or what other funding source would it come from?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman. So downtown parking generally, for lack of a better phrase, acts as an enterprise fund, if you will. We don't generally get general fund dollars. So if the proposed fee structure doesn't quite meet the overall costs, we would need to adjust certain elements of our budget or request more funding within our budget. What we like to do, obviously, is keep our costs low, because keeping our costs low, our expenditures low, then keeps parking rates and the like low as well.
The reason I asked the general fund in particular was because we've had challenges with the downtown parking fund, which we've had to backfill through general fund. So ultimately, the downtown parking fund would cover any costs that aren't covered by the fee, and if we had to, then the general fund is the ultimate backstop on that.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, that's correct.
Thank you. And on the extended parklets, why on on the 200% or above, that seems like a really large parklet. Was there any discussion on limiting it to just 200% so that you don't go way, way beyond? It just seems really massive if you have a storefront and you're doubling it, and now you could triple or go even larger.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Friedman, there was a considerable amount of discussion surrounding the entire fee issue and how to assess it, and the different rates for expansion and the like. I believe we have about half of the 44 currently go beyond their existing frontage. Most of those are confined to that 100 to 200%. I believe 8 go beyond that 200% and above. So, you know, one possible idea is the fee is such that as it's graduated, it goes up, that maybe folks will then scale back.
Okay. And it's something we can talk in comments, but I just think having a parklet that's 200% it's a massive structure in the historic architectural area that we have. So I'm just interested in my colleagues to say when we get to comments. And then on that, it mentioned who has to agree to expand it beyond your storefront. It's the neighboring business and property owners. But what happens if there's a change in the business or a change in the property owner over the next 5 years? And those don't want that parklet there. That's the key question.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman. A business is only allowed to expand beyond their store frontage if they have the written consent of the adjacent business or property owner. So we actually have already had situations where we had a business change hands, or maybe the neighboring business decides, you know, it was okay when things were more shut down, but now I would like my frontage back. And at that point, we just have to approach the business with the parklet facility and ask them to scale it back. And so they would have to cut back.
Okay. And is it business or property owner, or business and property owner?
So, Councilmember Freeman, it would be generally the business that's in there, but in some cases it's a vacant space, so we would go to the property owner. But I think if either one had a particular objection, then we would not allow that business to expand.
Okay, and that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for all the hard work and for everyone that's been a part of this process thus far. I have a few questions here. So going to slide 16, the operations and abandonment. Was this addressed whether, what legal obligations or what legal rights do the property/business owners have with the taking of their property?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Gutierrez, the property owners have no vested rights with regard to any of the structures that they place. With regard to expansion, the property owner, the adjoining property owner has the right to say, no, you can't expand into the area. I've read the letters commenting about potential eminent domain or taking issues, and there are none. So I don't see any liability issues or eminent domain issues in those areas. If there's a specific example, I'd be happy to answer relating to a specific example. But I don't see any legal issues that create jeopardy to the city.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have for questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I just have a few. I'll be brief. Just in the definitions of existing, it includes the 400 and 1300 blocks of State Street. And my understanding when we were doing our committee work is that we were just focused on the promenade. So my question is, with the 400 and the 1300 blocks, I thought those had to be considered differently because of the circulation pattern specific to those blocks and their adjacencies. And my question is, when we do get to defining parklets and not outdoor dining facilities of the promenade, but parklets, will those rules then change again for the 400 and the 1300 block, or will they now be considered part of the promenade? Just in terms of the definitions for those two blocks, are they included, or are they always in limbo?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, so we included the 400 and 1,300 blocks as part of this discussion. That was our understanding. If you would like to carve those out, that is up to council as well. And I understand the question about the confusion that could possibly generate with parklets at a
Just
later
want to be
date.
sure we're clear today which category they're in.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, I want to be really clear. I think one of the things that we're looking at with regard to trying to treat what we're calling the promenade, which of course has yet to be defined, a little differently than the rest of the city, is that we know that there is the council direction to have a different type of use on whatever portions are closed. That will not be the case throughout the rest of the city. The rest of the city will have a much sooner deadline for determining, are we going to permanent facilities, because that's the new status quo, or are we not continuing this program? So that's a different policy question. I would say that applies to the 400 and the 1,300 block. I don't think we have quite as much of a circulation issue there, but we did have competing business interests there that resulted in the change of use up there. And it certainly applies to all of the other streets in the city in that there is not a changed use anticipated, or at least a closure to automobiles outside of the promenade itself.
Thank you. So when it comes time to make any kind of motion, will we need to be very specific about whether we're applying this to the 400 and 1,300 blocks, or which ones of these we're applying? Does it stay in that gray
Mayor
area?
Ross, Councilmember Sutton, I think one of the things that your committee has spent a lot of time on is the look and feel of State Street, and certainly whether those two blocks continue to be able to have the outdoor dining facilities that they currently have in the future, or some modified. I do think that there was a lot of interest expressed in having the look and feel be consistent. So whereas on the rest of the city, I don't know that we would recommend making changes to the design guidelines elsewhere in the city, because as we've said again and again, those are not permanent, and so not encouraging people to have to invest more money in those. So I would include them for the design guideline portion, but I think we will treat the rest of the parklets, including those two blocks currently, as just that parklets, not outdoor dining facilities, if that helps.
It does help. I think we will have to be really careful when we get to that point, because it is on a street with traffic as different from the closed portion of State Street, but we can save that. And then can you confirm that the pay structure that's proposed in this agenda report covers cost recovery, but also ADA compliance, not just on the promenade, but also on other parklets throughout the city?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, one of the figures we worked in there was the possible funding of a half-time city employee, whether that's an existing city employee or possibly an hourly, to come in and assist with ADA compliance, not only on the promenade, but also possibly parklets throughout the city, as well as, we're looking at design requirements, and so that would definitely help our existing staff in that regard as well.
Thank you so much. And then on the question of Fiesta, we haven't really gotten a debriefing on how well it worked or didn't work. I have my opinions of how well it worked, but would there be room to make adjustments, say, at the turnaround point? Do we have other options within our abilities to be able to turn those horses around in a different way than happened at this particular parade? Do we have flexibility there?
Commander Arroyo.
Back again. Mr. Mayor and Councilmember said, absolutely. It was the first time that we were down on Career Boulevard like this. We'll always improve it, and we will make it better and better.
Thank you. I thought it was magnificent. But, and then how did the shuttle parking work out? Do we have, we had an update on this in the ad hoc, but I don't think as council we've had an update on that.
Sure, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon. We did run trolley shuttles from the downtown parking lots down to State and Cabrillo Boulevard, or down to that area for Fiesta. This year, because it was sort of a last-minute addition, we were only able to get 3 trolleys. Those were very popular, so I believe that if we were going to do something similar for future years or for future parades that were off of State Street, we would get a larger number of trolleys to accommodate those guests and perhaps run them for a longer period of time. So learned some lessons, but I do think that that was a popular service.
So then there is flexibility in that as well to improve. Okay.
Very much so. And if I can just add to Ms. Clark's comments, that was very much a group effort. That was the city paid for a part of that, as well as downtown Santa Barbara and Old Spanish States as well. So that the 3 entities came together and got that going.
Thank you. And then sort of a similar question about Solstice, and some of the creative ideas from some of the creative directors of Solstice would be maybe having pop-up events on State Street in conjunction with a parade, not on State Street. And if you could just speak to the feasibility of that, whether that is something that we could continue to make changes, enhancements to the Solstice experience.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, I think that's exactly what these pilot programs are geared towards. We have had discussions, I believe you were part of that, with Solstice, the Solstice organization, and I think at this point anything is possible. These would all be pilot programs, see how they work, and then inform, as Ms. Harris said, that would inform the development of the master plan as well.
Thank you. And then it is something else that came up in the ad hoc is what function portability might have in our ability for pilot projects. Or is it a factor or not?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, I guess that would have to depend on what block a pilot program is on, and if it's on one of your blocks that doesn't have a lot of activity, or a lot of, I should say, expanded outdoor business areas, that makes it a little bit easier. They might want to target pop-up areas where there are newer facilities that have the portability, just to make it easier for the particular pop-up event. So it's all about flexibility in that regard.
Thank you. And then something else we talked about was stormwater models in other cities like San Francisco, or that had it in conjunction with portability or not with portability. And do we feel confident that we'll be able to have stormwater mitigations within the framework that's set forward in today's recommendations?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, that is a very tough question, especially noting storms here can vary considerably as to how hard they are and how much rain is coming down, as we've all witnessed over the years. But allowing the clear and open area along the gutter line, however high that curb is, as wide as that gutter apron is, I think that lends itself much better than to what is currently taking place out there, where a lot of these expanded outdoor business facilities have no clearance whatsoever, and that could be a problem.
I went too far. I was saying confidence, I think. Okay, and then just last question, and this is on the percentage expansion in front of store frontage question. And could you remind us, with outdoor dining facilities, some frontages are quite small and some are quite large in comparison. Could you give us an idea of the range of how small is small, how large is large, roughly?
That is a good question. I could dig that out for you, but it might take a couple. I'd say a very narrow one, for example, would be a Chase. We all know Chase it's very narrow. So that in and of itself, if that was just a space, it's confined. Other places go 20, 30, 40 feet on the frontage. So I couldn't answer that with any detail. It's all over the board.
Thank you. And we did have a presentation of that at the ad hoc level, where we had numbers of different frontages. I did not mean to put you on the spot, and I can't remember the numbers either, but I remember that some were quite small, and I thought, well, 200% of very small is barely enough room for some tables out front. So there's quite a range, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, Alejandra.
Yeah, my question to staff is, how long will they allow businesses to make these modifications?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, currently proposed in the staff report, if you're talking about the design requirements, that proposed date is December 1st of 2022 of this year.
December, can you repeat it again?
December 1st of 2022, this year.
This year. Okay, I will wait for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, you have another question?
Yes, I'm not sure if you addressed this, but ABC has their own set of regulations that businesses have to abide by. Did you all check with them to make sure that our regulations are going to be contradicting theirs? And who has authority in that case? Do we or does ABC?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, I'll defer to the authority to Mr. Henchkin. He might have a better idea as well as about the ABC question in general.
Mr. Henchkin.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, with regard to ABC regulations, ABC has absolute control. So currently, certain activities such as the transport of alcoholic beverages into the outdoor dining facilities is allowed by temporary regulation. If those go away, the activities will have to stop. But that's beyond the city's control.
Okay. That's good to know. And these regulations are only for State Street, correct? It's not going to be affecting the other parts of town, like the Funk Zone, Milpas, West Side?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, the design requirements and what you're talking about here today are just for State Street, yes.
Gotcha,
And as Councilmember Sneddon noted, if you want to parse out the 400 and the 1,300 blocks, then you can do so as part of your recommendations.
And this was briefly brought up earlier. So has Fiestas given us a formal debrief of how their event went, like every day that they had it and the parade in particular? Have they addressed staff at all with their experience with the event?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, they have not personally with Ms. Clark and I, but we have had debriefs to a certain degree as part of the subcommittee meeting where we did talk with parade and event organizers.
And Mr. Gutierrez, Old Spanish Days is represented in the audience, so we'll probably hear from them.
No, for sure. I mean, I've talked to them, but I don't know how much of it is just, personal experience that they're speaking from, or if it's a formal, or we all discussed what happened. Here it is. This is our data of what happened this year. So that's what I'm kind of worried about, is that we have these massive events, but we don't have a formal debrief to city staff. Have they met with police? Have they met with fire about their experiences with them?
Commander
Have they
Roy.
met with the chamber, with Visit Santa Barbara, about how they were affected by it?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez, every year Fiesta always partners extremely well with the city. Parks and Rec actually has a special events coordinator that meets on a yearly basis at various different times. They do always debrief. In fact, they have documents that run years long of debriefs that have occurred over the years so that they can go back and say, why did we change something? What happened? Oh, this is why we did it, and so on and so forth. So those meetings occur yearly. I couldn't tell you exactly when because Parks and Rec actually runs them through special events, but police, fire, and all entities in the city are a part of that communication along with their board and all the diligent volunteers that they have.
Oh, I see. So they're usually done through the special events Park and Rec committee.
Yes, sir. The Parks and Rec actually runs all special events for the city of Santa Barbara now for the permitting process. So they're kind of the lead agency, but we participate along with all the other city entities and other community-based organization and then Fiesta Board themselves.
And it's not just Fiestas, it's all the other events as well, right? Like Solstice and 4th of July, they all have these debriefings.
Usually, yes, especially the large ones. Solstice would definitely have that. 4th of July would definitely have that. Some of the marathons and some of the other large events, scale events that we have would also have that.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
All right, very good. Well, you guys asked a lot of great questions. I got a couple. Mr. Bossy, in the portability section of the council agenda report, it talked about that portability was to hope for a clear State Street promenade to host parades as well as a line for more comprehensive deep cleaning, blah, blah, blah. And then, then it goes on to say, if parades do not resume, then portability is not necessary. So, but what happened to the deep cleaning? Obviously, we talked a little bit about cleaning, but we didn't talk about the deep cleaning, such as we're trying to do the power washing and the complete thing. So it seemed like a little bit of a non sequitur to me.
Mayor Rouse, so part of the proposed design requirements before you today include the ability for the individual businesses to make their expanded outdoor businesses that they're existing available to be cleaned by them, meaning they have to find some way to pop that flooring up to get under there and clean it out. So that kind of takes the place, likely not as good, but it takes the place of the overall deep cleaning and the portability. So if it was portable, they could pull that off, we could deep clean it.
Would that be scheduled and inspected, or just kind of, I mean, you said earlier that, yeah, businesses have an incentive to do this, but, you know, we also have an incentive to comply with everything else, and so far we've kind of struggled with some of that, so.
Correct. So that, along with all the other design requirements proposed today, would be part of, staff would go out and look at, okay, how are you going to access underneath your platform? If it is a platform, how are you going to access that to clean it out?
Okay, very good. One of the issues I think that's a problem, I don't know if it's come up in the subcommittee or not, is whether we have a street, a promenade, a sidewalk, or what it is we have. We have these big green bike lanes down the middle, which I think may have something to do with our misunderstanding about where bikes go, but they do not. Did you discuss at all the status of those? As it turns out, our no skateboarding signs happen to be gone from the EPV, as well as our no smoking signs and some of our sit, lie, sleep signs, so, which I don't know how and when that happened, but apparently it did. But what is the status? Do we have a street where bikes go? Is it a sidewalk where bikes don't go? Have we defined it, or are we still in that kind of amorphous thing? And what is the plan going forward for that?
Mayor Rouse, there's a lot in that question. So I'm going to try and hit as much as I can, and if I miss, please let me know where I did. As far as the signage regarding the no skateboarding, the no smoking, et cetera, we did track that down, and after the start of COVID and the closing off of State Street to vehicles, the city went and did a project where they painted a bunch of the light posts and things like that. So as part of that painting, they had to take off that signage. It wasn't put back. The vehicle component signage didn't necessarily need to come back, but the other components didn't as well. So we're going to get back on that, and that signage will be placed along State Street again. As far as what is State Street and how is it functioning, the subcommittee did talk at length. I believe one of the sole purpose of one of the meetings was talking with bike advocacy groups about the different issues related to biking, e-bikes up and down State Street. As we mentioned at the start of this meeting, it is something Mr. Maurer mentioned that we are looking into, and it's something that we will bring back ideas to make it better out there. So we know it's a big issue, and it's something we plan on addressing.
So as we go from the temporary structures that are there today as part of the emergency response to the pandemic, and now we're making them quasi-permanent, really, or temporarily permanent by going 3, 5, 7 years into the future. And some of these have fixed roofs. And I know from having done a few things like my old patio at Paradise and what it took to make the footings to make that support just a canvas awning. And I thought, okay, now I was told because of wind events, wind shear, public safety, and all the things, that you had to go through all these incredible things to do that. Yet we're going to have fixed roofs for the existing, or are we not? And if so, are they going to be inspected and reinforced? Or are we actually putting ourselves into a public safety issue by allowing to do this and doing it on a, not only on a more permanent basis, but we're going to charge rent for the same?
Mayor Rouse, the existing expanded outdoor business facilities that do have roofs, there is mention in our guidelines of how to put those, what kind of structure, more or less, needs to be part of that as far as weighing them down and things like that. I'm not sure about liability issues and that type of situation.
I'm not thinking more about liability than about just public safety. You know, wind events. I mean, those are the things that were drilled into me every time I did a project. And so I'm kind of thinking, okay, here we are now, and we put up what we have. But are we potentially putting the public at risk? That's kind of the basis of that question.
That's a good question. As Ms. Bjork stated earlier, safety is our #1 concern. I would request that any existing facility out there, any business that has a roof structure, they can contact us, and we can send staff out there to look into the structure and how it is mounted and affixed to their platform or the ground to make sure it meets, you know, good requirements that reduce that issue, if not eliminate it.
All right, very good. And then one last public safety issue, if I could ask Chief Males to come forward, please. So Chief, even though it's not specifically listed on here, I know that when we did the fire safety lane down State Street, one of the issues was it needed to be as straight as humanly possible while maintaining the 20 feet. West Victoria is not necessarily named in this particular action today. However, you have a chicane there that your engines have to navigate. And so is that an issue going forward for public safety and response? I know that when I did my ride-along with the PD, they could get down State Street if they wanted to. However, they kind of preferred to park their cars and go on foot to respond. And I saw your folks do the same thing when somebody was on the sidewalk. So clearly, where are we at on this? It's not ideal. Is it tolerable, or is it, you know, because we're talking about a number of years here going forward?
Mayor Rouse, members of council, let me start with State Street. So you're absolutely right. Our request comes from the law, which is the fire department needs 20 feet of clearance. Our apparatus that range from 40,000 to 70,000 pounds and can be as long as 50 or 60 feet long, very difficult for us to serpentine down the street. So when this became a more permanent issue, our request was to, for lack of a better term, take a string at Victoria Street and run it down to Haley Street and try to keep it as straight as possible so that our apparatus could navigate. Many of our calls, we are able to park at one end of the street or the other end of the street and access the incident by foot, typically for a medical call. If it's lower or higher in the block, we'll access it by foot. But what's really important to note is that our job is public safety. We plan and we hope for the best, but really what we do is we think about the unthinkable. And we think about a high-rise structure fire in the middle of the block. That's not something that we can walk to. That's not something that we can just stick one apparatus in the middle of the block and hope we can get the fire out. So that's the first part of the question. The second part of the question regarding West Victoria Street is that it is problematic. We are able to navigate it, but it is definitely not ideal. And I think it bodes a bigger question as to what we're going to do about parklets and access other than State Street. And my understanding is that today's discussion is really focused on State Street. So I think it is part of a bigger question that we address parklets and access away for or adjacent to State Street.
Thank you very much. And one last question, and that is back to Mr. Bossy. During the discussions with the subcommittee, Was anything talked about regarding, I mean, we had a lot of rules in the EPV and on State Street from before that had kind of been in squishy suspension for a while. Noise, amplified music outside. And I realize there's events from time to time, but sometimes it's just music blaring from parklets that competes with other parklets kind of near them and whatnot. And particularly as we look at, we keep pounding the dais about building housing downtown. And I know they went through this in other cities with the outdoor dining issues. So was noise and amplified music, I know Mr. Jordan talked about television sets, but did we talk about noise in general?
Mayor Rouse, yes, the subcommittee did at great length. The issue of outdoor speakers and things of that regard. And it's not addressed as part of this. We have found the issue it comes up, but not very often. And so we're kind of hoping, the idea being that the neighbors continue to work with each other to not have any issues in that regard.
All right, very good. All right, so we're going to go to the public speaker time. I do need a couple of things. Number one, I'm going to announce that if you're online or if you're here to submit a slip, to do that by 4:30. But in the meantime, we have to take a 10-minute break for our translators. So raise your hand if you're online by 4:30, if you want to be counted as a speaker. The speaker slips I have for people that are here will speak first, and we will be back in exactly 10 minutes. Not 9.5 and not 10.5. public comment. We have 2 minutes per speaker at the dais. The first will be Scott Wentz.
Mr. Mayor, Scott Wentz representing Kaiser Basic. We find this process a bit disingenuous. And one of the reasons we do is because we've asked the city of Santa Barbara, this council, previous mayor and council, for a description and the numbers of how the middle-class businesses on State Street have fared with State Street being taken from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. City doesn't want to give you that information. The reason they don't is because it will show a destruction of the middle-class businesses and the middle-class jobs that the city had. It destroyed downtown Santa Barbara as an economic engine. You then turned around just a couple weeks ago and hired MIG at $780,000. They were the company that gave the city of Santa Barbara the idea of shutting down State Street as far as 4 lanes. So what's going on here? I mean, this committee was a predestined outcome. There was no question as to what was going to go on. It was just, how are we going to shut down State Street for another 4 or 5 years so that the short-term memory of the people won't remember that State Street was open? I mean, come on, people. You think that I'm the only group that has recognized this? I just had a phone call from a friend of mine that I went to school with up in San Roque. She said, what the heck's going on? And I said, you're going to have to call the council because they're not listening to Kaiser Basic. They're not listening to what happened to De La Guerra Plaza and the destruction of the nonprofits down there. I think this is absolutely my personal opinion that if you weren't born here, your mother wasn't born here, your grandmother wasn't born here, and your great-grandmother wasn't born here, you're a newbie, and you shouldn't be making these decisions. Don't shut down State Street. Open it back up.
Okay, Kristen Miller.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce. This summer, we hosted 3 State Street business owner roundtables, including various State Street stakeholders and the members of the ad hoc committee. As a result of those discussions, the Chamber developed guiding principles for State Street interim operations, and some principles relevant to today's discussion are that interim operations on State Street should reflect the city's long-term goals and vision for State Street, not require businesses to undo previous investments by requiring more than one set of changes, and create a level of certainty regarding the downtown corridor, encouraging and attracting new businesses to address vacancies. Our goals also included upholding ADA compliance, improving cleanliness in the downtown, improving the look and feel of the parklets, prioritizing the economic vitality in downtown, and enhancing the customer experience. These are our top priorities. The ad hoc committee worked very hard, and we thank them for listening to business concerns and taking all of this into account, all of the factors we just mentioned. Balancing the various goals is a big job and will inevitably make everyone somewhat unhappy. However, from the Chamber's perspective, we are supportive of the recommendations as they are in line with the principles we set and represent a balance. We're especially supportive that the council is committed to these being the last round of changes until the completion of the State Street Master Plan, and we sent a letter highlighting a few detailed suggestions. One is that recommending the deadline be moved to February 1st so that we can use the slower time of January to make necessary changes. We are supportive of fees. $5 might be the right amount. It might need to be more flexible, as one of the council members also suggested. Portability is our biggest obstacle to business success, and we have strong concerns about making parklets portable. Therefore, we had very productive meetings about adjusting parades in various ways to preserve these historic and community-minded events
You need to wrap up, please.
in new ways that are truly successful. Thank you very much.
Kathy Janega Dykes.
Good
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of the council. I'm Kathy Chenega-Dykes. I'm president and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara. And on behalf of Visit Santa Barbara and our members, I'm here to voice our support for all of the good work that you're doing for the State Street Promenade. The downtown State Street Retail District remains the #1 attraction for our visitors. And it doesn't matter whether those visitors are staying in the city of Santa Barbara or also Goleta and also Montecito as well. And in fact, downtown's reputation is intricately tied to Santa Barbara's overall brand perception. And any steps that we can take to optimize and improve State Street will enhance that visitor experience here. From the tourism perspective, there is a sense of urgency around to roll out some of the effective short-term solutions. We also need to quell any further tarnish to the downtown brand. And that said, and while there's so much attention on what's not working, I would suggest that we also change the narrative and talk about what is working. We have a beautiful downtown corridor, one of the most beautiful, certainly in the country. It has strong bones, a strong foundation, certainly lovely history and a compelling collection of businesses. And many of the committee's recommendations will enhance these selling points along with the visitor and resident experience as well. Thank you for the consideration and for your continued support of our visitor-serving businesses and their hardworking employees.
Thank you. Bob Stout.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll try in 2 minutes to try to get all my points across. It's going to be tough. I want to first thank the ad hoc committee and actually all of you for attending so much of your time and attention. I think we did have 7 food and beverage committee meetings with you folks and numerous discussions. You're very interested in it, and other council members as well. I know staff's worked really hard, and I echo those sentiments that, frankly, a couple hours ago I was thinking, boy, the tone and tenor coming in today is so much different than it was maybe 3 or 4 months ago. I'm not so sure of that now. And, I think maybe that's just hearing all the ways things can't work, right down to how many inches you're thinking. I mean, I with all due respect, stormwater is important. I get that. But, when you look at umbrellas, they're dangerous. A simple overhang, that's aesthetically pleasing, like maybe at Joe's, that can work. And so it's hard to get these points across in 2 minutes, obviously. But I want to thank the ad hoc committee for all your work. I think you really dug deep, and I really urge the ad hoc committee to continue, because I don't think we're going to be done, or you're going to be done here today with everything. Councilman Harmon, you had a couple ideas, what design things and other ideas that have to go forward. Will the rate structure be done? And then as we move down the road, parklets, the side streets, so important to so many businesses. I know we're not here to talk about that today, but it's very, very important. And I think some of the same design guidelines you've come up with, I think they can work. I think it's really addressed a lot of Mayor Rouse's concerns about cleanliness and stormwater. Maybe not all of them, but I think we're moving so much in the right direction. I hate to see things not continue that way. I have a couple other points if you want to ask me a question. I do think the interim period should be the maximum. If you do go to portability, it's important to give businesses ample time to recoup their costs, because they're going to be very ample. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Yates.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I'm Richard Yates from Opal Restaurant and Bar. First, as many have said, thanks to the City Council, especially the Ad Hoc Committee and staff for working together on the interim guidelines of State Street and downtown to help resolve issues between many stakeholders with many competing interests and viewpoints. Much appreciated. But as you make decisions to guide us from now through the completion of the master plan, please take into account the following. A majority of locals and visitors strongly favor continued outside dining, make it a virtual certainty to be a feature of the master plan. And we appreciate the recommendations to allow existing operations to continue more or less as they have until that plan's completed and implementation begun. On specifics for new interim requirements, our ask has always been that they be reasonable, business-friendly, and don't cause parklet owners to give up and cease operations. It seems most of the recommendations are of this nature. But I do want to urge the whole council to consider being accepting of these recommendations as the most logical way forward to max benefit from the $780,000 budgeted to the consultants, and that helps maintain revenue flow to the city and businesses during this interim. A few specifics: outdoor facility rent. It is city property. Most of us agree it's fair that we pay, but what we pay should be fair. $5 is significantly higher than most typical patio rent. Make it too high and we'll lose parklets, perhaps more than what you've estimated. Why not keep the rent low enough to ensure maximum participation and then evaluate down the road? Not doing so could undercut the city's potential revenue, as well as undercutting the vibrancy that we've achieved so far. Design guidelines. We appreciate the recommendations that allow outdoor dining areas to continue with roofs, though, and with other sheltering elements through the interim. Much appreciated. Parades, I think, have been well discussed. Portability. We believe cleanliness and storm issues are manageable on the operator level, as has been discussed. We appreciate the recommendation to table portability for the interim, but we do take these concerns seriously and would love to take on the operator level, alternate methods of cleaning underneath them. We do take that as an important thing. Lastly, I would say the interim period. As Bob said, please consider defining this as the maximum period defined on the website, about 4+ years, to allow the maximum integration of operations with the master plan. I would also like
You need to wrap up, please.
Will do. I'd also like to echo his recommendation that the ad hoc continue oversight into the implementation period as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, David Bolton.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier, Councilmember Gutierrez had some questions of the city wrap-up. I would ask, could I answer that before I start my 2 minutes comments? So every year, working with the Special Events Committee, there's a series of Zoom calls, now it's Zoom, or in-person meetings, and each one of those focuses on a specific topic. Yesterday, we had a conference scheduled to talk specifically about the mercados. Because a couple city employees are ill, the meeting was canceled, and we were told that the city would be sending us email responses. We have a similar meeting set up tomorrow dealing with parades. That's going to happen. We received from the special events coordinator the Zoom dial-in. So on those, multiple city agencies are brought in, and it's a sharing of ideas for that specific event. But other than those specific calls, there isn't a general discussion of how things went overall for Fiesta. So I just wanted to give you that update.
Okay, go ahead with your comment then, please.
Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council, thank you. My name is David Bolton. I'm first vice president this year for Fiesta, and I do want to just comment about parades, the importance of Fiesta, and how all of this potentially can impact us. We were on Cabrillo this year, and it wasn't ideal. It looked nice. There were palm trees, but it caused so many issues in terms of people getting to the parade. We estimated our attendance was down 25%, 30% of what it normally is. It's a very difficult place, and if you were on the parade route, you saw that once you got past Garden Street, it was pretty much dead until you got down to Hilton, where probably those on the east side or Montecito came to watch at the end. So the middle section is weak. We also had issues holding herd animals for 45 minutes. Several of them went up on the grass. We would ask, if we do go to Cabrillo again, to be allowed to go down towards the zoo and use the Dwight Murphy area. But parades really need to be in downtown. Parades, I think, really give people a connection to downtown. They come for that day, but it brings them here. And it was asked by Councilmember Jordan about other routes, Santa Barbara Street, Anacapa, and Chapala. And if State Street is closed for this period of time and parades cannot go there, we just ask for consideration to be allowed to go on Santa Barbara Street. And being on Santa Barbara Street after Cabrillo and coming up could make this situation actually positive. It is El Desfile Histórico, a historic parade. And how cool would it be to take that Fiesta parade right through the heart of where this city was founded in 1782 by Junipero Serra in the Presidio. We would also pass the Historic Museum. We'd go by the courthouse. And it could really make that historic experience, but at the same time, take advantage of our downtown parking garages and bring people to downtown. This year, the Mercado, Friday is the #1 business day. It was flat. People just did not go there, and those Mercados are very important for our nonprofits to make their operating revenue. And one final comment I'd like to make. As the presentation happened, it said that because there's no parades, there's no reason to be portable. But if things were portable, we could have the parade. So I was a little bit confused on that presentation, because it's almost like we're not going to have a parade, but because of that, we don't have to be portable. I ask, can we not be portable like the future desire is, so that we can have parades back in downtown? Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Burns.
Mayor Rouse and City Council members, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not representing Old Spanish Days. Thank you for letting me speak. One comment before I start. No one mentioned bathrooms. As we're getting all of these parklets and all this outdoor seating, has anyone looked at, do they need more bathrooms for each of the restaurants? And I don't know, but it's just, it never came up. Anyway, I strongly recommend returning the parade to State Street, meaning we really do want to have portable parklets. I've been involved with the parade, or helping the parade, since the early 1980s. It used to be on Thursdays, and in the early 1990s we switched it to Fridays. The parade changed to Fridays since a number of the horses in the parade were declining. Basically what happened was, if you're going to be in a parade, if you're going to be a horseman in a parade or a horsewoman in a parade, the day before the parade, you get ready. The day of the parade's the parade. The day afterwards, you get cleanup afterwards. Well, on a Thursday parade, that was 3 days out of the work week, and a lot of people could not do that. So in 1992, J.J. Hollister said, let's change it. So we changed it from Thursday to Friday. So the people would take Thursday off, Friday off, and then Saturday cleanup. So only 2 days. So we no longer began losing horses in the parade. Now, I'll come back to this later. Last year, I was helping with the reserve seating. So that was on Cabrillo, kind of like State Street to Ambassador Park. And before the parade, I ended up going the route of the parade in a cart, just looking at everything. And I noticed, and I'm estimating, we really didn't have not 25 or 30% less. We probably had 2/3 less. We probably had 30,000, 33,000 people at the parade this year. Normally we get 60 to 80,000 in the parade. It was a very good parade, very nice coverage from KUIT, but the parade needs spectators. There's two possible reasons for that.
Scott, you need to get closer, wrapping up
Closer
here.
to the mic, sorry about that. The business community downtown, usually they would they'd get to their office at 9 or 8:30, work till noon, and then walk to State Street, watch the parade, or go into a party on State Street and watch it. None of those people made it down to Cabrillo Boulevard. They couldn't do that. So we lost that group. The other one is lack of access. What David also mentioned, from the carousel to Calle Cesar Chavez, there was no way to get there. We were running about 2 people deep on the parade. So we lost a lot of people. Now, I mentioned I'd get back to the moving the parade from Thursday to Friday. Fiesta in 1990s made it as easy as possible for people to be participants in the parade. And now we need the city and Santa Barbara and Old Spanish Days to make it as easy as possible for spectators to watch the parade. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Rick Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I appreciate all of your incisive questioning on the proposal, and specifically to Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the new vocabulary word. I have some observations. It seemed to me that if existing parklets are allowed to be non-portable, that means we won't have any parades the length of State Street at all. I had a question about funding from the frontage fee, whether that would be specifically earmarked for the promenade, or would it just go into the downtown parking fund to be drawn on, because I think that enforcement, the thing that makes sure that you don't have lights dangling from trees and debris under the parklets, that enforcement often is a funding orphan. I don't like to see that. I thought that at one point in the presentation, it was mentioned that parklets in the OT blocks, the OO blocks, east and west of State, were also going to be considered in the now requirements for parklets. I think that, so it's not just State Street. And I'd like to confirm that suggested changes must meet the current design standards for a Pueblo Viejo that are overseen by Historic Landmarks Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Elander.
Mayor, City Council, city staff, and community members, I want to just share, my name's Robin Elander. I'm the Executive Director for Downtown Santa Barbara, and I'd like to share that this process has been a significantly more quality process than previous go-rounds, and I think that I want to respect what we have done together. The interim ad hoc operations committee has put in a significant amount of work, really listening to feedback from the community, and what is presented today really reflects that. I was part of many of those different meetings, and I think what you're seeing today is a very vetted, complicated, significant situation that we're trying to ameliorate, navigate, and improve on. And so I want to just share appreciation for that. Also, I want to share that 100 new businesses have opened downtown in the last 2 years. So while we continue to see vacancies, we have really improved on our situation over time. Not every single one goes into these larger spaces. Also, we're getting a lot of coverage and interest from around the nation. Other downtowns have reached out and are asking, what are you guys doing? This is exciting. I want to learn more. How did you do it? So I do want to just remind us that we're going through a process that is challenging internally and externally, but we are being recognized for positive results. I also want to share that all of the recommendations in there are something that, again, have been very vetted. The $5 per square foot is the one thing that I want to call out, that I believe that the majority of businesses would not be able to handle that dollar figure. So having something a little bit lower than that to start, and then potentially bringing in more businesses into the program over time would be my one major recommendation as part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Cannell.
Good afternoon. I represent SEMA Corporation, which you all know by now. We're the largest holder of State Street property, have the largest frontage, and have the most tenants. When I saw this report from the ad hoc committee, I looked at it, and my first observation was a bastardization of State Street. For this reason, we talk about stakeholders and having the council and the ad hoc committee reaching out. Not one of you, not anybody from the ad hoc committee ever reached out to me. I have more insight and more management issues that would be valuable for this committee if they were to even talk to us. Nobody did. Point being is that there are over 500 retail merchants on State Street. You have 44 restaurant tenants. Less than 10% of the tenancy that are here in Santa Barbara, we're talking about this drastic change for less than 10% of the tenancy. And then they're asking for rent concessions, and then they don't want to have a portable parklet. If you're going to have rules, just like property owners have rules, then make them uniform for everybody. If you're going to have portable parklets, make everybody portable. You're trying to you're trying to micromanage everything when you don't need to. You have to streamline it. But at the end of the day, you have to look at it and say, you are trying to appease 10% of the tenancy in Santa Barbara. The other 90% of the tenancy are retail and other merchants that are suffering. Case in point, you allow partners to expand, retail merchants allow that expansion, but the unintended consequences of allowing a retail merchant to expand is what do they lose? They lose visibility of their signage, and they lose visibility of their storefront. That's an issue for property management and property owners. We have to be concerned about that because you're taking our ability to advertise that tenant, and that tenant is losing its ability to market their space. You're taking it away. These parklets cannot be allowed to expand beyond their boundaries. It's bad business, bad business. So please, you need to rethink the direction of this committee. It needs some work. We're going in the right direction, but it needs some work. We've got a great city. We've got a lot of things to do. It can be better. Take the time to make it better. Make these changes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have online speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will read out names. Okay. We have 7 speakers who raised their hand in the time given, and I'll read their names. It's Anna Marie Gott, Mitchell Siervin, Patrick Casey, Dan Baham, James Marston, Will Railing, and final speaker, Karen Luckett.
All right, first speaker, and would you inform them you have 2 minutes, please?
Very good. Anna Marie Gott, and all these speakers have 2 minutes. Please go ahead. And Anna Marie Gott, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. The first thing I would like to remind everyone is that Pearl Street in Boulder, Colorado has been upheld as the ideal that we are working towards. In Boulder, they actually now require every business to rent the furniture from the city on a monthly basis, and they charge a per square footage fee. By doing this, they ensure that everything is uniform. So they have the same styles, which would be beneficial for State Street. And they can really control the amount of space, which I do agree with some of the other speakers, which is one, they should not actually be larger than the width of the storefront. It is an unfair business practice for the retail operation as next door, as well as other businesses that may not be able to expand past their storefront. So I really want you to consider that. I also want you to consider this. Do any of the property owners, and including the city of Santa Barbara, lease any other to any other tenants for cost? I don't think that they do. So we're just talking about cost. I don't understand why we're not, actually requiring a return on our investment, which would be just above cost. So that means that those businesses would have to bear the cost of maintenance and the per square footage fee that really is required. So we should not give anyone a discount at all, period. In regards to another issue is smoking. Right now, the alcohol beverage control allows anyone to have smoking at any restaurant, any time of the day. It's only
Ms.
the
Scott,
city
you
of
need to
Santa
wrap up,
Barbara-
please.
It's only the city of Santa Barbara that shuts down smoking until 10 o'clock at restaurants, but it does not require bars to have non-smoking. And I think we need to change that because we have a number of bars on State Street that allow smoking at any time during the day, and we really shouldn't allow that in the public space.
All right,
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Patrick Casey. Patrick Casey, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, council members. I'm here today to oppose the city staff and ad hoc committee's interim operations proposal. This task was created to provide an unbiased and calculated fair market rental rate, increase public safety, and present an operating plan moving forward for this undeterminable interim period. This is no easy task, and that is recognized. Although we have addressed dining, we've ignored safety on all fronts and continue to show an unrelenting bias for a small group. In trying to learn from our fallout of the June 28th vote, where a simple majority overlooked the impact to all areas, we must accept that this proposal, written as is, will have an even further reaching negative impact to the majority of our surrounding commerce and community. All outdoor dining facilities should be created equal and open year-round, weather permitting. Being undeterminable, we must proceed knowing this period will outlast the current emergency order still in effect in California, and must implement an interim plan that addresses the changes that will be required for compliance when all emergency-related exemptions expire. To not plan with that approach is negligent and will be more costly and disruptive to address at a much later time. The continued defense of the prohibitive cost to the existing operations to become portable has worn out its validation. These facilities were mostly funded by federal and state grants. These operators have gone on record exclaiming record sales, record profits, all while not paying rent. The cost to demolish and replace with a portable facility no wider than the width of their storefront seems a viable and profitable investment, even if it were only for 1 year. There is too much at risk by not requiring portability. The fee proposal puts our city at a high risk of a financial loss. A break-even scenario is a losing venture for losers. At the end, the formula should be based on zero attrition. These operators have all openly stated the importance of this space for their survival. How could anyone imagine there would be any attrition, let alone an unprecedented 25%? $5 per square foot is cheaper than the Funk Zone, cheaper than the Pier and Harbor. $5 per square foot over a 3-year period in a space that was already free for 3 years is equal to $2.50 a square foot. Anyone who calls this too high is selfish and a greedy individual.
You need to wrap up, please.
At the least, they should not lose community gatherings and events for private patios. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Dan Baham, then James Marston, Will Railing, Karen Luckett, and Mitchell Shervin. Anyone else who has raised their hand would have done so after the time limit. And they're welcome to send any comments to clerk@santabarbaraca.gov. Okay, Dan Baham, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. I'm not real literate on this stuff. Okay, I want to thank ad hoc and the city council and everybody that's been trying to navigate through this thing. So I appreciate it. I don't agree with Anna Gott and Patrick, and they seem ridiculous. But I want to thank the mayor, Ross, that he's actually considering adjustments. My statements were about the rental per square foot. It seemed a little high. I'd like to hope that's a negotiating thing. And I know that you're considering TVs and music outside. I would like to hope that there's an open discussion about that. But overall, I think we took a huge leap forward to recreate downtown. And I think that that we don't want to take a step back. Let's revitalize Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is looking awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't like the empty storefronts. We want those filled. And we want the landlords to give appropriate rents, but at the same time, we need to give appropriate rents, which I'm talking about the outdoor patios. And but there has to be guidelines. And I think you guys move in the right direction. Let's not take a step back. Let's move forward. I think you guys are doing an awesome job. And I think we need to continue to move forward. And we want to be a part of it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is James Marston. James Marston, please go ahead.
Oh, greetings, Mayor and council members. This is Jim Marston. There's been many things to discuss, and I'm going to concentrate just on one thing, and that's the enforcement for the Americans with Disability Act, which has marginalized a lot of people in town. Just a quick history. In March of 2020, we were told there was an emergency because of the restaurants were closed down, and we were told this is going to be a temporary emergency. As you all know, the ADA does not allow for any violations of the ADA just because it's a temporary thing. Even a one-day event put on by the city has to be totally accessible. So we are in more than 2 years now, and we still have terrible numbers here. Just a few that came out. We're told by Mr. Bossy that there's at least 70 parklets that have not even been looked at once. Some of these are just 100 feet or so from State Street, and some are totally inaccessible to anyone in a wheelchair. And yet for 2 years, no one in the city has even bothered to look at these 70-plus parklets outside of the promenade. So that's pretty shocking to me. And then another thing is that we were told, and finally we're at 3/4 compliance. So there's still 11 parklets on the promenade who are not compliant after 2 years. And Sarah told us that soon they're going to have a second go through, and it might get a second notice of violation. So I ask you, it takes 2 years to finally find out that some 1/4 of all the parklets downtown are not compliant, and it takes 2 years to even issue the next violation. There's been no enforcement. The fines have not been collected very much. They're very small. Everybody knows that it's worth $100 just to have a violated parklet. So I wish that you guys could just look at what the ADA demands that the city enforce and make sure that their requirements are met. We have
Thank you.
no
You need
one
to
on-
wrap up, please.
Okay, just 70 places outside of the parklet or outside the promenade have not even been looked at after 2 years. So I find that very disheartening. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Will Railing, then Mitchell Sirven, then Karen Luckett. Karen Luckett is the final speaker. Will Railing, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Will Railing, speaking for Accessible Santa Barbara, an unincorporated nonprofit association. Although I see that I have been sandwiched in line between two esteemed members of your own Access Advisory Committee, and I will defer to their comments, and I hope that you will listen to them both. I have been very concerned over the last 2+ years about the lack of accessibility on these outdoor dining expansions. Of course, any restaurant expansion must fully comply with accessibility. And this is also a program, service, or activity of the city that the city has created. Hey, let's give people the opportunity to dine on our public property. And that's an ADA Title II issue. So in a lot of ways, the accessibility issues don't really fit very well in today's agenda item, because you're going through these policy decisions, each of which you have every right to decide. And good luck to you. I can see these are tough decisions. Accessibility is not something you have the right to decide, right? It's a requirement, and it's not been provided for 2 years. I was extremely encouraged on June 28th by the strong comments made by at least 4 of you, maybe 5 of you, that demanding immediate compliance. And yet the ball keeps getting kicked down the street 2 more weeks at a time, and it's still not happening. The 50 on State Street have been looked at over and over again. That's been a good effort. But people keep mentioning there are at least 70 others in the public right-of-way. And please understand, that includes parklets that haven't been looked at, includes ones where you stand at a corner on State Street and are 50 feet away. It's just because they're on the 000 block, they arbitrarily have never been inspected. And there's a lot of non-compliance issues in those that are very clear.
You need to wrap up, please.
So good luck. Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mitchell Sjerven. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. My name is Mitchell Shervin, and I'm the owner and operator of Bouchon Santa Barbara at 9 West Victoria Street. I know you've heard a great deal on the various facets of the State Street Promenade, so I'll keep my comment to a singular concern, which is the proposed design elements of parklets. I believe that the proposed restrictions, in conjunction with the pre-existing Historic Landmarks Commission and El Pueblo Viejo district rules, should be relaxed to allow for more creativity within the parklet landscape of the promenade. The color palette, acceptable materials list, use of overhead coverings, and wind-blocking perimeter fencing should be looked at from an artistic, creativity positive standpoint, as well as allow for guest comfort, not just the very narrow aesthetics currently existing and proposed. I believe the fact that the northern terminus of the promenade, State Street at Victoria Street, is the heart of the arts district, and as such should allow for the vibrancy, creativity, and exuberance that we see exhibited in places like the Funk Zone. Lastly, I want to close just by saying how grateful I am for all the extra work everyone has done. This has been a massive project and will continue, as we all have heard, for many, many years, and especially the work of the ad hoc committee, council members Gutierrez, Jordan, and Seddon, as well as council member Harmon in a previous iteration. Thank you. You've been extraordinarily accessible, and I, for one, am extremely grateful. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our final speaker is Karen Luckett. Karen Luckett, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members, and the hardworking State Street Ad Hoc Committee. My name is Karen Luckett. I wanted to make a few comments. First of all, access into the parklets is mostly accessible from the sidewalk. I recently became injured and I'm hobbling along with a knee brace and a walker. And if I were to want to enter a parklet, I would have to go up a curve or down the street and around and such. So I'm hoping that accessibility will include being open to State Street proper, the promenade. Because is it a promenade if we have to walk around to the sidewalk? I don't think so. I am hoping that we can level the curbs with the sidewalks, and then this whole parklet, I'm going to call it a cagey thing, because you have to, you enter it and you got to stay in it, becomes more open. Maybe umbrellas. Let's think Europe. Let's think Denver or Boulder. Just little chairs out on this level street promenade with accessibility to everyone, welcoming, not cagey. That's number one. Number two is I'm thinking maybe to allow the stores to show their wares outside. Why can't stores have an outside little parklet thing to make it more welcoming and more people friendly, more promenade? So I'm not crazy about the bicycles or other wheeled vehicles because we're waiting for accidents to happen.
You need to
and
wrap up,
lastly,
please.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. All right, very good. Is that everybody, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then we'll go back to council for comment. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have a couple questions that came up during public comment for city staff. One of our speakers that was here, Mr. Bolton, he had suggested partnering with Marburg when it comes to the packing up and storing and delivering of the parklets if they were to be movable. And I also had recommended what other cities like Denver have done, where the city take responsibility for the furnitures and the packing and storing of those parklets when they had to be moved. Could you just answer as to why that wasn't something that we didn't pursue further?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, as far as the packing up and placement in a vehicle and in storage of a portable parklet, we have had those discussions. If earlier when we were thinking that portability might still be an option. So as we move forward with the ad hoc subcommittee and the discussion about safety and of parades and things like that, and portability not needing to be a requirement per the discussion and the subcommittee's recommendation, that continued discussion fell off the table. It's still, if council decides to go that way, it's something we could definitely pick up. As far as the rental, the idea of the city purchasing some type of standard outdoor furniture across the board. I'm not aware of how far or if that got very far at all. I think that's a cost issue, as well as if one's not in use or a business goes out, where is that stored? It's storage issue. So things like that would have to be explored. I'm not sure that has been discussed much.
I proposed it during a meeting with the business owners, and literally nobody wanted that. They just shot it down immediately. So I just wanted to voice that concept was pitched. So my other point, I guess at this point I'm just going to be speaking out loud here. So with slide 13, the screens and projectors, I personally, this is just me speaking, I actually am in favor of the screens, just because I enjoy going to watch things outside downtown with friends. I really don't want to watch them inside the bars or restaurants. I do understand that we don't want to make it look like, you know, Old Town Vegas, but I just feel that they do provide a service that the community wants. So I'm kind of outspoken about that issue in particular. I think as long as they don't use the screens to have advertisements on them, obviously sporting events have commercials, that's understandable, but you know, if there's nothing being shown on it, then they could either be turned off or maybe just, yeah, I think just turned off would be fine. What was my other point? As of right now, that's my only, another reason is because some of the business owners pointed out to me that the World Cup is coming, so it's a huge draw for their establishments. So they don't want to be cut short by not being able to provide that service. So I imagine if one of the recommendations was to push it back to February 1st, I kind of am in favor of that, just throwing it out there. So that's what I have to say as of right now. Thanks.
Hey, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. There are a lot of different points to touch on, and I'll be sure to comment on design requirements, the fee structure, parades, and portability. But overarching to me, this discussion is about what the community wants. It's not about one business over another business or one type of use over another. I would say that overwhelmingly, the support from the community is to continue to be outdoors. That could be at outdoor dining facilities, but more and more, we're seeing cyclists who are enjoying the outdoors, and we need to get that under control and have clear guidelines. But it's clear that people enjoy being outdoors. We're seeing more families outdoors, more older people. I think we actually need to expand what the promenade is beyond just this discussion of parklets or not parklets. To me, this is a community benefit, and the community has been very clear over and over again that they support the outdoor dining and support further use of the promenade in an outdoor setting. So that could include passive seating, that could include area trials for bicycle trick area to bring that together. There's still so much more to explore. And on that note, I would recommend that we continue with the ad hoc work as a flexible space to be able to receive input and have these discussions in a less formal way, because I think we've seen through this process that being able to have those reiterative conversations and going back and forth when it isn't in the formal setting has brought us to what I believe is a better outcome that serves the community. And that's my focus, is the community at large that's enjoying the space in a new way. That it happens to also benefit businesses and keep that afloat is an added bonus. But the community wants this. The community also wants parades and opportunities to join together. And because of that, and we all took that so seriously, when it came to council before, we weren't ready to make these recommendations because we hadn't been through a parade cycle. We all value what the community wants. My experience of the parade cycle was that they were overwhelming successes in a way that I couldn't have imagined, to be honest. Not just on the parade route of Fiesta, although I hear and understand that there are complications. I really believe in the creative powers of the parade organizers to be able to keep making improvements. I heard feedback from the community about the Fiesta Parade that they really enjoyed it. I asked people along the parade route, what do you think? And they really enjoyed it. And to the credit of Fiesta, Solstice, to all our parades, your adaptability and meeting the community needs, I think could actually just expand. So the idea that Solstice creative minds had about having different pop-up events on State Street, on the promenade. I think we're not even utilizing the promenade to its fullest extent of what it could be. What we've created there so far is magic. I've had visitors internationally who have come just to see State Street and to see what we've done. And they say it's not even like this in Europe in different places. So there's always the narrative that it's run down, scary, dirty. It needs to be improved. Yes, we need to buff it back up and shine it up and make it the glory that it could be. But I don't even think we're at the tip of what it is, all that it could be, and what we could explore and what we could continue to do with it. So it's clear to me that it's in our community's interest to keep it as a promenade. The question is how, and I think we have spent a great deal of energy and time in trying to wrangle up what could be acceptable to staff, acceptable to the community, to our first responders, to parade organizers as well, although I know that's not ideal, but we are still able to do it all, which is pretty unbelievable outcome, actually, that we could actually have it all. And I want to hold on to that we want to have it all. I cannot stand to hear one more time about the ADA issue. The magic of what's happening downtown on the promenade is that it is opened up now for the whole community in ways that it wasn't enjoyed before, and that there is a group of people who continually feel unwelcome and that they cannot access what everybody else can enjoy is heartbreaking. We've all expressed that we do not accept this. I don't know what it's going to take, but we cannot keep hearing about this ADA issue. So to that, if the fee structure needs to be that we fully fund, or it's a full-time person, or whatever it takes to, myself have lost my patience with those few outdoor dining facilities left who are just willfully not complying, and I feel that they are taking advantage of the entire situation. So it's not all sunshine and light on that. I think we really, on that, I have no more patience left for that. In response to some of the public comments, the design guidelines do consider El Pueblo Viejo design guidelines. There was input from the chair of HLC, input from members of the AIA in terms of color, minimizing roofs, these kinds of things were considered, and I take those very seriously and would not be recommending these if I felt that they seriously interfered with El Pueblo Viejo design standards. Just some comments specific to some of these recommendations. I would agree that moving the deadline to February 1st is a good idea. On portability, when this first came to council, the recommendation was that everything be portable. So then having the consideration that, well, maybe just what's new be portable and we'll leave what's in place being less portable. But now it seems that we've sort of gotten more comfortable with the idea of how we could mitigate. I'm not attached to portability at all, and I think as this is going to be in place for a while, if we can take into account the cleanliness and the stormwater, I'm not attached to portability. However, I do think more substantial structures may need to pay a higher fee to accommodate the extra compliance and enforcement that'll need to be addressed to those specifics. So there could be some sort of incentive for being portable or following a standard stormwater design. And I would refer the whole issue of the fees to the Finance Committee. That seems the appropriate place to discuss fees, and usually things go through Finance before they come to Council for approval on fees. But I'm not attached to portability, and really thanks to staff for being flexible and willing to look at a variety of different ways to mitigate our main concerns of cleanliness and safety on that. I've already mentioned that I would like to continue with the ad hoc as needed. Things come up, and I think we really could be doing exciting things and exploring things in conjunction with the long-term master planning that not to overburden any one committee, that we can be more nimble. I would like to direct staff to work with Fiesta and Solstice and all the parades for ideal routes. If what our recommendation is today to not have parades on State Street for this interim period, then of course, and I know that you're already doing this, to just be very clear that that's flexible and that we can continue to make iterative changes to make each one of these events better and better. For funding for the frontages dedicated to the promenade specifically, I don't really want those fees to go into downtown parking to be diluted in different ways, and that would be my recommendation. But again, I would refer that to the Finance Committee to decide the best way to be stewards of those fees. I do agree that smoking should not be allowed in the public right-of-way in front before 10 p.m. That hadn't come up in any of our discussions. And in touring a lot of the parklets, I did see a lot of cigarette butts, and that's right in where stormwater goes in straight to the ocean, and we don't want that, and we don't want that in the air and on multiple fronts. I think we neglected to address that. really, I just think there's so much more that could happen on the promenade, and I think it's really exciting. And this is a lot about rules and little things, but overall, if we can count on this and move forward and be flexible and really keep trying to be all that we can be, that would be my recommendation. And in terms of overhead elements, I'm open for discussion on that. The main idea of having those that are existing stay is that really, I think it was the view of the committee, I'll let each speak for ourselves, that blocking the views of the architecture was not ideal. And so allowing those that already exist was okay, but that in moving forward, we really wanted to open it up to the sky. I'm personally flexible on that point. So those are my comments at this point.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first, I'm going to echo quite a lot of what Councilmember Sneddon said, but I do want to start by, again, expressing my appreciation for the ad hoc committee. We heard it, and for staff as well, for your collective work in this. I have to admit, coming into today, I was, I just wasn't sure about how the process had gone, not being part of the ad hoc myself and not being able to be at many of these meetings. You know, I didn't know, and wow, it just really seems, you know, nothing is ever perfect, but this seems pretty darn close to it. So I really appreciate your time, and hearing 18 meetings, that's not nothing, certainly. So really, my hat is off to all of you, and I think your work is reflected in so much of the commentary that we received. Really, as compared to June, it's just a totally different experience of having this conversation. So my appreciation. As I said, I'm going to echo quite a bit of what Councilmember Sneddon said, particularly in her excitement about the possibilities of what could be on State Street. And I so agree that it's magical, it could be magical, and that potentiality, that sense of possibility. I said this at the State Street Master Planning meeting. You know, it's so rare that something after a couple of years still has that element of excitement and possibility and magic. I mean, I think while we all are really ready for that process to get underway, one of the benefits that it has been a little bit longer in getting rolling is we have proven in some ways that the community really is excited about this, and it's not just a flash in the pan. We all see the possibilities for our downtown and are all engaged and excited and frankly enthralled with it. So I love that. I think that portends very good things for the future of our downtown core. Broadly speaking, you know, one of the things that I had hoped to see more of by this point, and one of the things that I really hope we see more of moving forward is pilot projects. You know, I know all of us have our own ideas. We could all sit up here and name probably 5 to 10 different things that we think could be interesting, could work, could be exciting. And we have, in some ways, while of course an interim period brings with it its own challenges, the gift of time to do those pilot projects. You know, it's in a lot of ways, I think, very rare in the context of the work that we do as a city to have the opportunity to try things out in this way and simultaneously to have the community support, the business community support to do those types of pilot projects. So I would really like to see that, and I, you know, for whatever it's worth, and whether, you know, this is to both staff and the ad hoc committee if it continues, you have my unequivocal support to really try things and to get creative, and whatever political cover or community cover or whatever kind of cover is needed to do that, that's the point of a pilot, and that's really what I want to see. I think that's what I hear from my colleagues on the State Street Master Planning Committee. You know, we want to know what's going to work, and in a lot of ways there's no way to really know that until we try, and we've got this gift of time. Let's make good use of it. So I would really like to see more of that moving forward. I think what I'm hearing from staff is that once we get these sort of elemental foundational issues dealt with, we can maybe free ourselves up to think a little bit more creatively about those things. So I'm very much looking forward to that. With all that said, I'm just going to go through my views on these 4 things, and then I should be able to wrap up. On the design requirements piece, is that the first one? Yeah, I support this. I think you all have done a very reasonable, thoughtful job at trying to balance some aesthetic improvements with understanding that investment has to be made. I agree. I mean, I've heard from a couple of operators, and I think Mr. Stout mentioned it, that there is a way to do a shade structure that doesn't impede what it is that we are trying to protect. You know, I will defer to the ad hoc, whatever you guys come up with. I mean, you really did the work, so it's sort of hard for me to come in at the 11th hour and change it up. But I personally think that a shade structure can be done in a way that retains, you know, what we want it to in terms of being able to see the architecture while still allowing some degree of coverage. So I would vote in favor of that if there's a will. But again, I don't have, frankly, even the words to describe what I'm describing. So I'm not sure quite how helpful I am on that. In general, though, I think as it's been proposed, very, very good job trying to find a balance there. On the fee structure, I definitely support moving forward with rents, but I will have some questions when it comes to the Finance Committee, and I appreciate that recommendation. I agree that that would be a great place to really hash out some of the really nitty-gritty details about these fees. You know, I'm interested potentially in hearing about what a graduated rent structure implementation over time would look like. I feel very strongly that we should not enter into rental agreements with any operator that has current violations of ADA. I mean, that should just be, that goes almost without saying, I guess, I think from where we all are, but absolutely, I think that could be a good carrot and stick to get people to do what they need to do finally. I also agree, Councilmember Snedden mentioned this, and I think that the Finance Committee should engage with your team on this point of considering a more nuanced fee structure. Of course, understanding that too nuanced really would just be too much to manage. But I think there's some, maybe some middle ground between a blanket fee across the board and what I suggested as block by block. There might be something a little more in the middle. You know, one thing I was also thinking, this sort of is jumping to portability, but if we go with this structure as it's laid out, maybe we could have a rent incentive for existing structures to make their structure portable. I mean, I think there's a couple of things that we could think about doing, so I look forward to that if there's council will, having that conversation at Finance Committee, of course recognizing that we've got to balance it with staff time, and I will be aware of that when I think up my complicated schemes. On parades, I agree. I love the parades on State Street, but I also hear from our public safety officers that it's challenging for many reasons, and yeah, I know. Are you telling me that I need to zip it? Okay. I think you were in my parking spot too, so just kidding. But I thought the parades were great. I thought they were, obviously they can be improved as with everything else, but I think where we are now, I would support having them in other areas during the interim period. I think it just makes good sense, and I think because we have other options that work well and options that can work even better, we're in a great position to do so. And finally, on portability, I'm really struggling with this one, I have to say, because it just doesn't make sense to me that we would require the new operators to be portable and not require the old ones to be portable. I don't quite see that there's a real purpose to doing so. To me, if the primary purpose is about allowing parades on State Street, and we've decided that during this interim period it's not critical that we have that, and we're also requiring existing parklets to conform to stormwater standards and to be able to be cleaned underneath, I don't see what really what benefit we're adding that justifies the increased expense that comes along with a portable setup, especially given that we're not granting any vested rights, as our city attorney so correctly reminded me, you know? So I really, to me, requiring portability for new parklets, I don't see the added benefit. I see a lot of added expense. That said, if there's interest from the council, you know, I think it would make more sense to me if we tied converting existing parklets to portability with some kind of rent reduction. I mean, something that would get everything portable makes sense to me. To have 10% be portable, it just, I don't see that there's really a value other than we just have an extra rule. So I appreciate the arguments that were laid out. To me, because we're not going whole hog on it, I don't feel strongly enough about it to require it of operators unless we can find some way to incentivize the existing parklets to make the same transition. I just don't quite see the value. So I'll listen to our colleagues on that one, but I'm inclined not to support portability at this time. And finally, I also agree with the February 1st due date change. I think that is it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor and council, I'm sorry if I may, take a moment. Regarding the change for February 1st, I really, the staff report really includes the advice and guidance of the ad hoc committee to staff, with the exception of the December 1 date for modifications to the park list for storm flow. And we will follow your guidance as directed, but I really think it would be remiss if I didn't point out that State Street is your storm drain, and that currently there are numerous places where that drain is completely blocked, and that the water quality that is so important to this community is also adversely affected if it's left through the entire rainy season. So if you want to leave the design guidelines and all the other modifications off, I have no concerns with that piece of it. But I really would have concern as your city administrator with delaying the implementation of modifications to allow storm flow through yet another, what will at least hopefully be a modest rain year. I think they got 2 inches of rain in Lompoc yesterday. It takes 6 inches of rain to float a car. So, I mean, think about how much force that rain can go. And I've cleaned storm drains on State Street during rain flows. They flow. We haven't seen it during the period of time that the parklets have been out there. We've had what I would call perfect rainstorms. So I just would be remiss if I didn't give you that note of caution as you make that decision.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will rescind my support for February 1st in regards to the storm drain changes. I think our city administrator makes a very good point, and one that I take and agree with. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. Thank you for the storm drain comment. So again, thanks to the committee for all the work that you did, and the comments today from my colleagues have been very constructive. I've been going back and forth on a lot of these, and for the people that I've met with, just to discuss these, because there is a lot of nuance here, and we want to try as best as we can to get it right and to inform the State Street Committee, because they're going to be looking at the conditions here as kind of a baseline of what's possible. I also want to thank our staff as well for the presentation and work with the committee. It's a lot of work that went into this and the outreach that you all did. So I'll jump into it. I just want to start with a quick personal story. About 10 years ago, I had the opportunity to visit Uruguay, and there's a town called Colonia del Sacramento, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it's right on the Pacific Ocean there, and they shut down the entire historic old town to cars. And it's very similar in ways to Santa Barbara, but also with the Spanish influence there. They did put these really nice old cars that were restored from like the 1930s all throughout, so it was kind of a cool thing. Maybe we could do that here, even get some nice cars on there as parking, but anyways. But there was the outdoor dining experience was a big part of it, and all the restaurants were able to participate in it, and this is 10 years ago, and it was really well received. And the outdoor was more minimal, because the ambiance was that you were in the center of the historic district of the town and not the restaurant itself. And I'm gonna hang on to that point for when I get into my comments later. The way I look at this right now is we're moving out of the temporary past 2 years into a semi-permanent phase. And it could be 4 years, it could be 5, it could be even longer depending on how it goes, because a lot of the implementation is going to be affected by what comes out of the State Street Committee in terms of there's going to be needed infrastructure improvements, and they're not all going to happen at once. They're not even all block by block. It could be different areas. And so there might be some blocks that, based on the type of infrastructure improvements that we're going to need, they might not get there till 10 years, but some might be able to get within a year or two after it comes out. So we're going to run into this same issue for a lot of the parklets here of they've made this investment, and then all of a sudden it's like it's actually 7, 8 years. So there's more to it than the 5. There's not a basis in the staff report that I can see that says it's definitely going to be 5. I think in terms of providing certainty for the businesses there now, and for businesses that are on the sidelines right now, because make no mistake, there are some businesses out there that are watching these deliberations tonight that will be welcome additions to State Street if we get it right and can start to see things change. And part of that is having the certainty. So I would say, in terms of all the businesses out there, that this is going to be a significant semi-permanent type of time. And it's not going to be 18 months. It's not going to be 2 years. I think it's more in the 5-year plus range for most of what we're talking about. And so that's why I'm struggling with these, because there's good work that was done on all sides. And I'm reminded of a couple of quotes, but I'm not going to attribute them because I forget who they're to, but they're people we know, but I can't remember who said what. But one is, architecturally, Santa Barbara is an A city. It's not a B or a C city. And we need to really remember that. Because, and the other quote is that Santa Barbara has long been recognized as one of the most architecturally significant cities in the United States. And State Street in particular is the epicenter of that. We're studied around the world for our architecture. And so we have an opportunity, and it's an exciting opportunity, that I agree with my colleagues, that to really set a plan forward and make changes that will be here for many, many years. But at the same time, we should set ourselves up now to have a good foundation and the flexibility to take the maximum advantages of the opportunities to learn what works, what doesn't, what can be activated, and what not. And so that's the framework I'm looking at. The other is that we have our primary #1 goal, as at least for me, I won't speak for anybody else, but is public safety. That's what we're elected to do, is provide for public safety, and stormwater is a major concern, but so is the issue of rodents and those types of public health vectors, as well as wind events, because we're talking about stormwater, but it's more likely that we will have significant wind events on a regular occurring basis than we will have significant rain events. The rain events will do a lot more damage, but we had a microburst a few years back that did 10 minutes and did significant damage down at the beach, 2 structures that were strapped down, and throughout town, actually. And so these structures, I don't know how well they are, the ones that are there now, that the roofs and everything are constructed for some of these wind events. So again, we have to evaluate that. And then, again, I mentioned the historic architectural legacy, especially of State Street and some of those buildings there. And in addition to public safety, part of it is the ADA issues. And I'm just very disappointed that we still haven't had full compliance and that we're just not there yet. I know we're getting there, but to the extent that anybody participating in these changes going forward, whatever they turn out to be tonight, that they have to be in compliance before they're allowed to go forward. I think we're all on board with that. And that should happen pretty quickly to address those ADA issues. And the other thing is that I have concerns with some of the guidelines for, it gets to where Councilmember Harmon, I'm struggling with the same issue on the, especially on the portability. But even on some of the other ones that new have to comply and existing get exemptions, is that we're making an unfair competitive advantage for some businesses versus others. And I look at it a little bit differently on the existing versus the new, is that for 2 years, we had the Wild West, understandably why. We were just trying new things. We wanted the businesses to survive. So they did what they needed to do, and they took advantage of the opportunity, and they created these structures. But now that we're getting into an area where we're getting back to having the rules and the regulations of El Pueblo Viejo and the architectural history of where we are, I think we somehow inverted it, that because the Wild West was able to come out, that is the standard for the next 5 years or whatever it is. It's the opposite for me. It's let's get back, get everybody on the same playing field, have it somewhat minimal with the guidelines here, and allow the flexibility that we could have with portability, or at least having all the businesses having the same rules to play by to inform the district, the committee, that the State Street Committee. So I would, so what I would say is that on the, so I'll just wrap up with where I'm at on my comments. So on the design, I'll start with the fee structure. Yeah, Finance Committee, that's the stuff we do there. We've been getting good at it, haven't we, Councilmember Harm? We got a lot going on there, so just add one more thing on there. But I think it'll be a good discussion. Parades on State Street, I do agree that Fiesta Parade, it was, as a participant in the parade, it was incredible. There was that gap that was mentioned, but then it picked back up when we got over to the east side, so there was maybe even new opportunities for the neighborhoods to come out together. And the Ocean Breeze was great. And I like the idea of possibly Fiesta be able to use Santa Barbara Street. I think that while there's concerns were raised in public comment today, the ability to reimagine and get some of our more of the historic beginnings of Santa Barbara are options for the next few years. And that's so I'm not stuck on parades going up State Street. It's trying to get to where we are. But, and then on portability, I think it has to be either everyone's the same, so they're either all portable, or none of them have to be portable. I don't think we should be making some go to a higher standard than another. And my preference would be that they all are portable, because it gets to the issues of us being able to thoroughly clean and more adequately address the storm issues. And while there might be ability for them to for the businesses to get down in there and address the stormwater, I just have concerns that we have been saying on the ADA issue for months, many, many months, it's still not resolved. And I don't know how we're going to enforce these, because we don't have the enforcement capacity of staff on many things in town, not just this. So we're going to add another layer of enforcement on these, whereas if they were portable, it would make that task a lot easier. But at the same time, if the council doesn't want to go there, I just would like to make it the same on both fronts. And then, and the same goes for the other exemptions. If we're going to say the existing have these exemptions on everything else, again, it's all predicated on whether it's portable, but I just think that everybody needs to be treated the same in future businesses going forward. So, and I don't know how we get there, but that's just the way I think in terms of the fairest going forward. And then, so that was design requirements, fee structure, parades, and then portability. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now it's clear as mud for me. So I forgot earlier to thank Councilmember Gutierrez and Councilmember Sneddon. I know Kristen said this a couple times to me too, and I've agreed that this was certainly in 2.5 years or whatever is one of the better functioning, more rewarding little work groups we've had. I thought we all played really well in the sandbox and complimented each other, and obviously staff complimented us, and So I really enjoyed working with you both on this. It's going to be a heck of a motion. I haven't really figured out who's going to do this and how it's going to get done. So let me just wander through my thoughts. Part of the discussion at the ad hoc committee, I'll probably use that phrase on all 4 of these bullet points on the design requirements, was that as we separated those existing versus new, was that there would be some nudging through either stormwater or where they saw this going or how they could maintain their presence 4 or 5 years, would be that a significant or a good number of the existing would move to the new requirements rather than just sit with the existing. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I think that was part of our consideration, was that, I'll pick on stormwater. So if you can imagine a curb, and most of the people ran their joists this way to the curb because that was the way to get support all the way to the curb, and now they're going to have to chop a hole down that entire support system to meet stormwater. One of 2 things happens. Either they're going to have to redesign their whole platform and put it back down in wood, or they would move to portable at this time. Same situation on how they're going to clean underneath that thing. Again, if they have a curb here and they've run their joists 9 feet or 10 feet out into the street, there's no way to open up an end at the top and run it and wash it out downhill. They're going to have to redesign their platform to do that, so they can do that 4 times a year, or they would move to portable. So the decision was kind of being left to the entrepreneurial type of choose your poison, which one do you want? How that really works out, not really sure. I don't think anybody knows anything really sure here. But so when we were talking about, as you go down this list of why only on the new, why on the existing, that I think was kind of the hours and hours of discussions and back and forth on how we got to imposing some things on new and not imposing them on old. In particular, the roofs, Brian could probably come up with a number if I forced him to, but if there's 44 outdoor business facilities, there is like 6 or 7 with roofs in the State Street Promenade. So we see the big roof at Arigato or the roof at Joe's, but that feeling lingers with us while we walk the whole block, and there aren't any others. So there are not that many, and I think to say we'd let the new ones also do roofs without really getting psycho on what that looks like, how's it going to be, what's it blocking, what's it not blocking, what's your height, all that kind of thing, is just a nightmare. And that's why the existing would be able to continue them. So there's a few numbers, and the new ones would not be able to do that. And to me, that's a step trying to lead people back towards a recognition of the downtown architectural benefits and keeping those frontages of buildings open. Most everything else on this list, I'm happy with our recommendations. I'm happy with however you guys want to chew this all up. We are going to talk about the big dance and the NBA finals and that kind of thing. But we did say our recommendation was not televisions hanging on the side of a building, but we would allow outdoor televisions. So moving your TV outdoor into your parklet was not excluded. We recognize that there are events like that. World Cup is coming. And if you want to put some pedestal TVs out in your parklet, have at it. You're just not going to hang it up 20 feet up on the side of a building, that type of thing. So again, as with all these things, I've had multiple bites at this, so it's really more about hearing what you guys think about it for the first time and going through it. Fee structure, I have looked exhaustingly at other cities and see a wide range of rates that are lower than $5 and much higher than $5. And I've seen structures where you got to get in for $2,000, and you got to pay a lost parking meter fee, then you got to pay a sewer hookup fee, then you got to pay rent, then you got to pay a deposit, and all this other stuff. I'm happy to let Finance Committee play with this, but the important thing to me is we don't even come within a whisper of losing money on this. And in fact, I think it's a good practice for us, just like anywhere else it is in the city when we're using our space to make money on this. And staff seems to think, again, you guys weren't privy to the spreadsheets that were put in front of us with the multiple choices on erosion of how much square footage we would have times this rate, the multiple choices of rates. And staff seems to think that that's a good starting point. And the worst that could happen is something's off a little bit for a year until we get to redo that for the next fee structure for the next year. And then we adjust. So I would agree also on sending it to Finance Committee, but again, my preference when that does come back is that we are clearly putting ourselves on track to not lose money as a minimum, and to potentially, because we all know everything always costs more than we say it's going to cost, so potentially we're actually making some money and we have a buffer there. Parades and portability. I don't know if I wasn't clear before. At the ad hoc and staff level, there is no connection between portability and having a parade or not having a parade on State Street. If there are no outdoor business entities or parklets on State Street, our recommendation was still not to have parades on State Street. An empty State Street is not the first choice for a parade. I would suggest if you don't understand that, you talk to one of those two people over there in a uniform privately, and they can further expand on what the considerations are in today's world for that type of recommendation. I am in full support of everything the city will do to bring forth every resource and support they have for locations other than State Street that will work for all involved. And I think we committed to that this year. I believe we are committed to that in future years, and we just need somebody to be committed with. That's all, to work through that. Then portable, I wanted to talk about one thing too. Stormwater. So a line in the sand for me is also before rainy season, is the current and any new platforms comply with the new stormwater requirements. I could see having a discussion about all the other stuff on the design thing, go to February 1st. I mean, February is going to be here before we know it. Whatever. It's the darkest time of the year we're coming up with anyhow, so it's like you're going to really have to work hard to see what's really out there at nighttime anyhow. The days are really short, but it is really clear to me that we're just playing with potential catastrophe by continuing to allow the blockages up and down the street to go one more rainy season or possible rainy season. I think I heard a comment earlier about insurance. I will just fall into my daytime job. There is no insurance that a storefront carries to cover flood or surface waters coming onto their property and causing damage somewhere else. That is flood insurance. It is excluded in business insurance. And I will just make a bet of my car that nobody on State Street has flood insurance. They would have to own the property they are insuring in today's world to get flood insurance through FEMA. So just saying, why can't they have insurance for that? Well, there's a reason they can't, and they can have all the liability and insurance they want to, but it will not cover those surface waters. So I'd be willing to talk about relaxing by 3 or 4 more months the time to get there on some of this other stuff. But stormwater to me is also a line in the sand, as it is for the city administrator. And then, so Portability, again, I talked about that earlier. I think, so part of that nudge was that if you have to redesign the inherent structure underneath your platform to meet the stormwater, do you want to do that in wood in your same footprint and redesign it? Okay, but is now the time to make the investment for a portable unit, knowing that you're going to have to take that thing up 4 times a year to clean it and get a portable one, because hopefully we're offering them the certainty of an amortization period for 4 or 5 years and not just uncertainty through December 2023. So I could go either way on that. I could see continuing to allow people to build them, again, as long as they're designed, if they can materially show that they can get under them 4 times a year, clean it out, that they can be flushed out in a direction that's going downhill, and that they are stormwater conveyance acceptable anytime there's a storm without them having to do anything. At some point real soon, I think along with this, we need to address the definition of interim. I mean, we've heard everybody talk about it here tonight, and again, just like February 1st would be here pretty quick, so is next December 2023. And I'd be willing to start discussing an extension of that at any time. I don't really like the continued reference to deep cleaning versus cleaning. I think deep cleaning should be just cleaning. I think we should be keeping our streets the result of deep cleaning at all times. So to me, it makes deep cleaning sound like a once in a while really neat thing, where I think that should be what we're striving for. It should happen frequent enough that generally we're always in a state of deep cleaned rather than not, and then we had to catch up, flush the vermin and flush the trash down the street. I said it should just be, let's just keep it clean all the time. Somebody used a word earlier called impermanence. I'm not sure that's a word, but I'm endorsing support of that word, that we need to take away the thought of impermanence right now and have some certainty for a period of time with what we know we can control. I think city administrator listed out things we know we can't: rainfall, ABC rules, maybe building codes that are beyond our control that may change. But I think this package generally is the best we can do at this point of the time with what we know that continues the success continues and builds on the success we've seen so far. And I would also, I would say that certainty and safety go hand in hand as our top priorities at this point in time. And then I'm agnostic on the ad hoc continuing. I've got enough at stake in it. I'd be happy to do it. I also think eventually we're going to run our good graces of staff out and just use ourselves up on them. So I'm willing to let staff run. I think there's plenty here to let staff run with the ball for a while, to implement, to take care of things, to take this mess today and get it down on a tangible report back and see what it is. And then if the ad hoc was to continue, it'd be on types of items that staff would say, I think this, we want to just touch in on this and see what you think. And so it would meet as desired or as required, as wanted, rather than just a continued schedule. And then I agree in solving the ADA. I don't understand. I'm really hopeful of this agreement being an agreement that gets us out of this situation where we have to litigate to solve something when somebody doesn't want to do anything. That basically it empowers us to go out and fix the problem if the person won't fix the problem, and the person has agreed in advance to let us do that if they won't fix the problem, and the person has agreed in advance to pay us for that when they won't fix the problem. That'd be my ultimate father over children type of arrangement, drill sergeant arrangement. But and the ADA is not the only example. I mean, I can walk up and down State Street, and one day tables and chairs are a couple feet over the white line, and then a couple weeks later, I walk back and they're back on the right side of the white line. So, you know, I think we all know who I'm talking about. But those are just, it's more gamesmanship than anything else, and it just needs to be stopped. So that's my input. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Well, Mr. Jordan, you finally came up with something I agree with, and this is more direction to staff. I don't know if we're going to have an action out of this thing tonight. Not ready for you yet. Still got my comments to make. You know, you do something this big in Santa Barbara, it usually involves a very long involved plan like the one we're, you know, going forward with the State Street Advisory Committee. We've never done anything like this just off the cuff, but we did respond in an emergency and we responded well. And now we seem to trying to stretch it out in ways that are a little unnatural. We have this natural beauty in Santa Barbara that's enhanced by the architecture that we have. And I did another walk up and down the promenade today just to remind myself and refresh myself for this particular meeting. And you know, I'm not ready for it to look like this for another 5 to 7 years. I really am not. This is really a hodgepodge. Even with some of the design requirements that we talked about, maybe painting things, right, EPV colors or whatever, we're still very unclear on what we're doing, and people want certainty. You brought that up, Mr. Jordan, certainty, when I couldn't agree more. When Ms. Harmon talked about the gift of time, well, the gift of time sounds great unless you're sitting on an investment that is fallow for the next 5 to 7 years, waiting for council to do something that's frankly a little bit out of their expertise. I ran into the Kaiser Marson guys down in Long Beach. We were there, and we were kind of laughing about it and talked about streets and promenades and whatnot, and I go, remind me, did you tell me that if you close a slow street, it doesn't work? And they go, that's exactly right. And yet we have 4 blocks that are absolutely blank right now. What are we doing? Have we made it? Did we talk about an interim plan? Did we talk about perhaps opening those up for traffic while we're worrying about getting the State Street Advisory thing done? Have we talked about what we could do about a trolley or a shuttle to get things up and down State Street? What are we doing about the circulation plan? Can we just say no more bikes because, well, no, that's the bike master plan includes State Street as its spine. So I didn't see those things in the report, and so I'm a little worried about that. Carpinteria just redid their entire parklet thing, and they made them all portable. And I go, why was that so hard for us to do that? I can understand why there might be some expense or whatever, but I mean, the other side of the coin is, what's the argument for no portability? And that's the argument I don't understand. Do I believe for a moment that this square is going to handle all the floodwater? Not really. I think that's going to be tough. We've lost our ability to experiment by not having portability. We keep talking about this being an experiment, about a pilot program. And yet we lost our flexibility by saying, well, the ones that are there stay there. They're good for another 5 to 7 years. Nobody really enjoys having to engage Mr. Cannell all the time because he's kind of tough to talk to. The other side of the coin is if he wasn't engaged as a stakeholder by the subcommittee or whatever, I'm a little bit put off by that. Frankly, I know that when we talk about housing elements, a lot of times we don't talk to the guys that actually build housing. And yet we sit up there trying to make policy. So we're playing, this is almost like a Sims game. We're playing with the city, but there are real people with real investments and real businesses out there. And yeah, I mean, the restaurant business is really hard. I remember those days. And it's really scary, and it may get scarier in the next couple of years, for reasons out of our control. But there are other businesses as well. There are other needs that we have to consider. So I'm a little bit put off by some of the conversation today. I talked to a lot of agencies around the state. Carmel, for example, closed down Ocean Boulevard. Not closed it down, they put the parklets out there. And what happened was the parklets did really well. The side streets basically just started to shrink. They weren't doing as well. They pulled the bandage off, they pulled all the things off, things are back to normal now. Same thing happened in Paso Robles, same thing happened in Solvang. So, and a lot of those areas are planning other things more permanently for outdoor dining, but in the meantime, they went back to square one. I'm not proposing we do that, but I'd sure like to see a little bit more flexibility and a little more inventiveness and a little bit more willingness to do this. Because as I walk up and down the street today, I mean, once again, one of the most beautiful walking streets on the planet, but it is marred by the fact we've got these 2x4 lean-tos up and down the street. You know, the parade thing is something that, you know, this was our 98th year of the Fiesta Parade. And yes, I understand public safety, I understand the concerns. Those concerns aren't any different than they've been all those years. But I don't think all of a sudden the switch just changed just now. You know, I mean, are we really going to throw all that out just for this whim? It really seems like the concern for having a closed street is trumping the vitality of the downtown. Because what happened was is the restaurant business all over town didn't increase, it concentrated. It isn't increased everywhere. There's places that are hurting other places. We didn't make the pie any bigger. We just we just concentrated the slices of pie in one area. So nobody wants to support business and small business as much as I do. I think I've proven that over the years. I don't think I have to go out of my way to explain that. But we have an entire city to govern. We have other properties that are important. You know, people say retail's dead. You better hope not. Because restaurants and retail go hand in hand. There's more than just the restaurant business in town. And we did go out of our way to do what we could to save those businesses. They put out yeoman's efforts to try to pivot and do what they needed to do to change what they did, and it worked out great. Now it's time to work together again. It's not time to show the hand to the rest of the town. It's not time to show the hand to the other kinds of businesses. We need to work together as a team. So here's what I'm going to suggest, because I actually don't know what's actually actionable or things that we can do. I agree with the direction of going back to finance about a fee structure. That makes nothing but sense. The rest of it, though, I don't know that I understand what the design requirements are and why they are for some and not for others. The parade thing is something I don't think we can make a black and white decision. It seems like we tried to tonight. I think that's really a mistake. That involves a lot of people and a lot of nonprofits and a lot of, you know, when they say, you know, Fiesta was down by 2/3, and I know from the receipts of the Mercados they were, you know, that involves a lot of nonprofits. But that's not the whole thing. There's a lot of people who lived here for a long time that aren't in this room tonight that really want those things. They want their Santa Barbara back. And I'm not saying it's got to go back to exactly the way it was, but I sure as heck don't want to just say, let's see what we can do for the next 4 or 5 years and have it be the county fair. I don't think that's fair to this town. It's not fair to our legacy. The El Pueblo Viejo is a sensitive design district, and right now we're just talking about painting some parklets brown so it fits in. The roof thing is blocking architecture, and it's also a public safety hazard. I'm sorry, I don't think you can say it any other way if we have a major wind event. So I would like to see this more as, instead of action items tonight, I would like to see this as direction to staff. I'd like to see staff continue with this. Whether or not they do this with the ad hoc committee, who's put in a ton of effort already, is one thing. But I think staff has now gotten a lot of input from us, more than they could probably ever want, to go forward and bring back something I think are recommendations that we could either ratify or modify. But I think tonight we could continue to have these circular conversations and end up right where we are a month from now talking about these same issues. So that would be my preference. Like I said, I'm not particularly thrilled, but I'm not going to surprise anybody with that little piece of information. But I do think that staff is more prepared to come up with a cogent answer that we can respond to in action items. And I think it's a lot easier to do it that way, more efficient. I think we'll come up with something better. So, Ms. Sneddon, your light is on.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. With very, very much respect, after the last time this came to council, that was the most irate I've seen you ever, that no action was taken and that nothing was actionable. And we took that to heart. I took the brunt of that, actually apologized for it publicly, and dug in deep to come up with, the next time this comes, we want a rubric. The next time this comes, we want concrete recommendations so that there's certainty in the business community, so that there's certainty in the people community, that there's certainty in the parade community. They're making their plans now. So with very much respect, and having taken direction from the last time this came, I'm prepared to make a motion on each of these counts, and very respectfully, but it's actually after taking direction from the last time, and I don't want to make that personal mistake again.
Right.
So I am prepared to move that the council adopt the State Street Promenade proposed design requirements, and that new facilities be portable. Well, I propose them as presented. I'm at risk of having anything change to the point of being dismissed. I would just like to move these recommendations. On the fee structure, I would recommend that what's in the council agenda report be used as a starting point to go to Finance Committee, to be implemented no later than February 1st, and whatever the Finance Committee brings back to council to decide. On parades, I would recommend that they be off State Street in the interim period until, at the very least, a State Street master plan is conceived. And I would like to move that the ad hoc committee be available as needed to use as a resource for community input on a variety of things such as pilot programs, bicycle trials, anything that you may want input on as you're going through this exciting time, that we might be resources to you with the community connections that we've gained in this process. And that would be my motion, that by October 27th, the storm flow issues be addressed, but all other recommendations implemented by February 1st.
Okay, that's the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Jordan.
Can I ask a question, though? I didn't hear the,
Well, Mr. Freeman's got his light on, too. Or about the motion, you mean?
yes,
Yeah,
about
go
the
right ahead,
motion I
please.
seconded.
Yeah.
Is your mic on?
Yes. I can move it closer. I just didn't hear the last two dates. So stormwater by February 1st, no, I'm sorry, stormwater by December 1st,
October 27th.
October 27th, a week from now?
That's a month.
We're September right now.
Oh, see how time flies? Remember I said time was flying all of a sudden? Okay.
Can I
And-
confirm, is that the recommended in the staff report deadline?
We had said December 1st. I will say that for work that we do in the creeks, which is different because you're dealing with habitat there, we have to be out by November 1st generally. So, I mean,
December 1st then, December 1st.
Okay. And then what date did you say on the rest of the design requirements? February?
February 1st.
Okay, thank you. I do second that.
Okay, so have we got the motion down, Madam Clerk? We're not ready to talk. I mean, Mr. Freeman's got his light on, but didn't know if you had any questions about the motion.
I am, if you give me a moment, I can repeat it back.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and let Mr. Freeman go
Perfect.
ahead and let
I'm
you.
going to throw a wrench in this. I'm going to ask if we could, on the 4 bullet points, split them up on votes, because there's some that it's a no-brainer for me to support, like go to finance. That's pretty easy, but I have some concerns, and I've already said what they are, and I'm not sure I could support the design guidelines. But if it's voting against, if it's one motion, that's fine. But if there's other ones, I could just vote separately.
That would either be a second, or an amendment to the motion, or you would ask the makers of the motion if they would consider that.
To make, if you would consider just going through these individually rather than one giant motion.
Thank you. I think we would then need to change the order that they're considered in, because I think the parade question does impact some of the other decisions. So I'm not sure breaking it out, if we did break it out, I'd have to change the order, which is fine.
You know, whatever is easier, if we could do the finance one separately, then that's a no-brainer. I think we could all support that, and then however we want to address the other parts.
Maker of the motion?
Okay, let's take them one at a time.
Well, I think what Mr. Friedman was saying, he could vote on the bulk of it outside of the finance one. I mean, he said vote on the finance one separately than the rest of them, Mr. Friedman, is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
That works.
Seconder. Mr. Jordan? Does that work for you? Okay. Madam Clerk, got that? So we will take the Finance Committee one first.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, second by Harmon. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call on this, just on the sending the fee structure to Finance Committee, which is the motion, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. This is a motion
May
by.
I'm sorry,
sorry,
may I
go
add,
ahead.
in the original motion, it was to be implemented by February 1st, so no later than February 1st for the, okay.
Okay,
Yes.
we all good with that? All right, very good. Let's go back to the clerk.
Okay. This, and please correct me. This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, to send the fee structure to the Finance Committee and the fee structure to be implemented no later than February 1. Okay. Okay. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, then we have the next motion, which is the bulk of the rest of your motion, correct?
Correct.
And Madam Clerk, does everybody understand the rest of the motion? Madam Clerk, are you ready to roll on this? Do you want to read it back to us?
Yes, if you could give me just a few seconds, I'll retype, and then I will read it back.
Okay, let's do that, because I want to make sure it says what it is you want to say.
Okay. If I may, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Snedden.
Please do.
Councilmember Snedden, let me read back what I have, and I'll tell you what I would like to have filled in. This is a motion by Councilmember Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to adopt the State Street proposed design requirements as presented by staff, to recommend that parades be off State Street in the interim period until, at the least, the State Street master plan is conceived. Then I'd like language about the portability, and then I have that the ad hoc committee be available as needed.
Yes, so portability, if I could pause and maybe take a straw poll of how people are on portability. What I had moved was that it be the recommendations as proposed here but I'm open to changes on that.
Ms. Harmon?
Thank you. I'll just jump in because I had some concerns about the different, actually, I was convinced by Councilmember Jordan's argument that having this set up may actually influence existing operators to convert to portability. I still feel that we should put together an incentive system in connection with the rent, and that's something that I'll be looking at Finance Committee. I think that could be very successful, but I as recommended, I will support that today. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman?
I can't support it right now, but I think what Councilmember Jordan said almost swayed me, but it's just there's too many unknowns for me at this time, and it is such a long-term decision, and if I'm not comfortable voting yes for something for this long period of time, I'm just not comfortable voting for it, but I think that the work that was done moves us in a positive direction. I just personally don't have the comfort to vote in favor of something for this many years at this time.
Mr. Gutierrez to the motion.
If it is moved forward in finance, if you could have the discussion as to the cost of having the city maintain and operate the furniture and portable structures. Thank you.
God, I wonder if Carpinteria struggled as much with this. Okay.
And Madam Clerk, I don't think there needs to be anything specified about portability because the new and existing portability is addressed in the proposed
You're moving the design guidelines in
requirements.
total?
So I'm moving the proposed design requirements.
Does everybody understand that?
So I think you need to break out dates, though, right? On the stormwater by November 1st, which I think is in the guidelines.
December
But
1st.
a relaxation of
December
dates to
1st.
February 1st on the rest of them, right?
December 1st for storm flow.
December or November?
December
sorry. Thank you.
1st.
How
for
about July,
storm
Councilmember
flow
Jordan?
Making
and-
my point. You're making my point.
And February 1st
Okay.
for everything else, including the fee structure.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sun, can I just clarify, because the recommendation originally was anything new starting tomorrow would be portable. Do you want that now to be February 1st, or do you still want that to be portable starting tomorrow?
Starting tomorrow.
Madam City Administrator and Madam City Attorney, should the portability requirements starting tomorrow be specified in the motion, or would it be just included in those proposed design requirements?
It's included within the design requirements.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to?
Mr. Mayor, if I can give it another shot here?
Oh, go for it.
Okay. This is a motion to adopt the State Street proposed design requirements as presented by staff, to recommend that parades be off State Street in the interim period until at least the State Street Master Plan is conceived, to have the ad hoc committee available as needed, to have a deadline for storm flow issues of December 1st, and a deadline of February 1st for everything else.
Yes, and if you could make storm flow compliance as opposed to issues.
And storm flow, one word,
Yes.
looking at the expert. Storm flow compliance. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I am not going to make everyone listen to that again. Okay. Ready for the votes?
We are.
Okay. And this was that motion I just read by Councilmember Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Okay. Councilmember Friedman.
No.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Rouse.
No.
Okay.
All right,
That is 5-2 with noes from Mayor Rouse and
that's correct.
Councilmember
Okay,
Friedman.
thanks to staff for that. Are we, Madam Administrator, are we still doing the other?
We still have the other item on the agenda, and it should go fairly quickly if council's still willing.
Yes.
Okay, very good. May I suggest that we go ahead and forego council committee assignment reports, given the hour, and we'll go right into closed session? That work for you guys?
I believe that
Unless somebody's
the
got something
clerk needs to read the items.
I'm sorry?
I believe the clerk needs to read
That's
the
correct,
items.
yeah, I just was trying to get the compliance of my colleagues up there. Madam Clerk, would you read the items, please?
Certainly. Item 12, conference with city attorney, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, as described in agenda item 12. Item 13, conference with city attorney, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, as described in agenda item 13. And finally, item 14, conference with city attorney, existing litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, as described in agenda item 14.
Thank you very much. We are going to adjourn to closed session.